Everyone. Wow, you're an obedient crowd. There must be something good in that coffee. All right, well, good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Bienvenue. Welcome so much. My name is Tricia Williams. I'm the Director of Research, Evaluation, Knowledge Mobilization at the Future Skills Center. I swear I did not make that very long job title. And I am pleased to be with you today as your MC, and I just want to welcome you all warmly here to this event. I'm so glad you've shown up. And whew, now we're breathing a sigh of relief that you're here, so thank you so much. We are going to be spending the day together, exploring a lot of things. I want to start first by acknowledging the land that we're on. And we recognize that the Future Skills Center, we're gathering both in person today here in Toronto, but we're also virtual across Canada. And we have some pictures there to remind us of the beautiful land in all of the Indigenous territories that span across Turtle Island. So here in Toronto, we're sitting on the lands of the many nations, the traditional lands, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. So the treaties that cover these territories, Treaty 13 and the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant. And I encourage you all to think about the land that you're gathering from today, even those online, you know, the traditional lands that have been cared for so well and so studiously by Indigenous communities. We honor them today. So I want to cover a few housekeeping things before we get started. I think you've already found seats and you found beverages. That's great. I'm supposed to tell you that you are going to get breaks today. Isn't that a good news, hey? Thank you to the people who put that in the schedule. We're going to have short breaks at 10:40 and 2:30, and lunches at 12:20. Gosh, these are going to be hard to remember, but the restrooms are just over close to the food stations. We are having a bilingual event today, and we are offering simultaneous translation in both English and French via headset, so please see the booth at the entrance there if you'd like a headset. The first case spotlight at noon will be delivered here in French in this room, so if you need translation, please grab a headset ahead of that. We will also have subtitles on the screen as well, if you like. We're also going to be using Slido throughout today's event, both in person and online. So people online will be able to submit questions and participate as well, and will be able to see their responses. You can also, there's the QR code on your name tags and also on the QR code on the tables. And you can upvote different comments and questions. So please, we encourage you all to participate and share your comments that way via Slido. We also have a code for Slido called Built on Skills. So we can't look at every question, so upvote the ones that you want to see and they'll get on the screen. All right, so today what we're going to do is we have a very exciting agenda ahead of us. We're going to start in the morning with talking about some of the opportunities ahead of us, look at some evidence. We have guest speakers from the OECD, from the Conference Board of Canada, from Diversity Institute. We're going to talk a lot about skills in demand, different groups of skills tied, you know, to healthcare and to skilled trades, and knowing that these are really critical pieces of the skills that we need going forward. But in the afternoon, you know, just as your energy's lagging, we're going to try to get you to think about some bold ideas. And we have a few people here to give us some provocative ideas and things that we can maybe energize us and to think about how we move into action. We'll also have 2 spotlights today, and gosh, I gotta tell you, it was hard to choose those. We've had so many amazing project partners over the years at Future Skills Center, but we're going to be joined by one partner from Ivado on artificial intelligence, and also Monumental working on housing and housing leadership, and we'll get a chance to see innovation in practice. And a little bit later, I'm going to tell you about the 2 booths we have back there, and I hope you'll visit both of them, because we wanted to give a chance for you to see some of the innovation in action and different tools and things that people can engage with. But I want to remind you that it's not just about the part that you see. A lot of times behind the scenes, there's a lot of relationships, there's a lot of reimagining the networks of people that are working on different challenges. So we'll talk more about that later today as well. All right, somebody advanced the slide for me, so thank you. So I'm supposed to open up by giving you a little sense of some of the challenges ahead and why we're here today. And I think it'll be no surprise to anyone in this room that there's a lot of talk about trade and tariff disruptions. Anytime you open the Globe and Mail, you know, our partner, you'll see that there's a lot of talk about the labor market and all of the changes that are ahead. Unemployment is at 7.1%, the highest in years. I think Pedro's going to tell us more about that this morning. But we also see a lot of job vacancies. So we're in a bit of a paradox. What's going on here? We're trying to understand the labor market. We're also concerned about youth and the youth unemployment rate. Healthcare pressures. I was talking with some people last night about our experiences in the healthcare system and how we feel for the people on the front lines, the nurses, the healthcare workers, personal support workers. Skilled trades, we know that we need more people in the skilled trades, and our partner Skill Plan has been doing incredible work in not only trying to bring more people into the skilled trades, but how the skilled trades work together, aligning the different unions and trade groups. We also know that immigration is shifting, the big change to immigration and our policies around international students and temporary workers. And yet we also know that we haven't been doing that great a job in letting immigrants use the skills and talents that they have when they get here. And of course, underlying everything, I already heard somebody talking about it in the background this morning around AI. And how can we really leverage AI? And is it going to be the magic key that helps us solve this productivity challenge that Canada has? So yes, no shortage of challenges. But what we want to focus on today is the opportunities. So what is a future built on skills? That's what we called this event. So what is a future built on skills? It's the foundation for everything that Canada aspires to achieve, from building more homes and pioneering a greening economy to advancing productivity and shared prosperity. Our national ambitions depend, at least in part, on having the people with the right skills in the right place at the right time. But we're not starting at zero. That's the good news. There's good momentum across sectors and across regions. What we need now is to support people. It's that simple, especially young people and communities facing barriers to training, credential recognition. We're making good progress and learning what works, from wraparound supports to innovative learning pathways. In this moment of transformation, our prosperity depends, at least in part, on our ability to innovate, to adapt, and to work together. So across Canada, we're part of a skills ecosystem, and I'm so thrilled that so many of this skills ecosystem are joining us here today and online. And this is an ecosystem that connects ideas, evidence, and people, turning innovation into opportunity for every community. That's our vision. And that's how we build a workforce and a nation resilient by design and ready for what comes next. So I want to leave it there and invite Rob Fleming to come up and give a few words. And for those of you who don't know, Rob Fleming was formerly part of the government of British Columbia, was the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, I believe. You got to come all the way over here, Rob. I know. But don't worry, it's friendly over here. So I'll give it to you to share some opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Trish, for getting us underway. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here with all of you. I'm really excited about the day ahead that we have, discussing a future built on skills, securing Canada's prosperity. As mentioned, yes, I was the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure in British Columbia, back in a time when there were balanced budgets and surpluses and fantastic things going on in my province and elsewhere. I've left politics very recently, and life is pretty good on the outside, but still, these kinds of public policy challenges that we're going to look at today having a pulling effect on all of us, and I indeed want to thank each and every one of you for giving your valuable time to be here. We've got a great crowd in the room. As Trish outlined, we've got a very packed day with interactive sessions. We have esteemed speakers who will share insights on the skills needs of Canadian workers and businesses. We're going to dive into data just on how Canada stacks up internationally. We're going to exchange some ideas as well on how Canada can build its skills base and cultivate a more productive workforce, which is surely the cornerstone of a more prosperous country. In the room, as I mentioned, the experts and leaders that we have come from many backgrounds spanning industry, labor, all parts of the public service, and representing every region of Canada. I had a wonderful dinner last night with some Maritimers, some Albertans, an awful lot of Ontarians. I think if our objective is to be stated today, by the time we get to the end of our time together, it's a bit like the challenge facing the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. We need to find some wins. We're having the discussions today against the background of a fast-changing and unpredictable world. We're going to get into that, but massive technological transformations that affect our society and our workplace. Ongoing demographic shifts that we've talked about for a long time, but are really upon us with an aging population. Substantive pivots in immigration policies, for sure. And then, of course, uncertainty as well as disruption in our long-standing trade partnerships and market rules of access as we once knew them. Also, we're speaking today at a time when our traditional institutions in higher learning, skills and trades training are grappling with their own challenges. And as Canada's post-secondary sector rebuilds, and it is in a rebuilding phase, it's seeking a renewed purpose. It's looking for stronger student outcomes, better connections to employment, and a role in advancing a new and profound Canada-strong consensus and linking itself to that. This moment certainly calls for creative changes to some of the existing programs, some of the existing policy making, with the kind of speed and agility, I would say, that saw major shifts during the COVID-19 pandemic. This time our aim is to unlock our national potential, not lock ourselves in for preservation, but you get the idea that we can move quickly in this country when we need to. And as was mentioned, we're not starting from scratch. Canada has an excellent skills training ecosystem that is vast in scope from every region of the country. It's already producing positive stories, focusing in on the problems that are well known and beginning to address those. And today we're going to hear from some of those who are driving innovation and improvements. Yet we have to be sober about this. Despite our strengths, we all know that Canada continues to lag behind many high-income peer nations in matching skills training with the needs of today and tomorrow's labor markets, as far as we can know what the future looks like. We discussed yesterday at the FSC's Resilient Workforce Working Table our goal to ensure that no one gets left behind. This goes to the core of an inclusive resilience and is about workers who are either entering for the first time, re-entering, or staying in the workforce. And improving resilience requires us to address several issues. Many Canadians who are entering the job market and mid-career workers continue to report very weak career awareness. Information is just not getting to our future workforce in time to influence the decisions that they're making and the pathways that they're taking to get skills that are in demand. This must be fixed. Vocational and trades apprenticeship programs in Canada, while high in quality, continue to be insufficient in quantity and far less integrated with employers and industry than those in many of the competitor countries. We know this must change as well. But we've had versions of these conversations. I don't want to give a deja vu sense to those who've been involved in them who are in this room. But this time we actually need a truly collaborative, different approach in Canada. We need industry, business, labor and government, and higher education all coming together to listen and constructively challenge one another, even calling each other out where necessary, where they're falling down. We have to dig deeper into Canada's labor productivity problem. It's not about simply setting big training targets. Past attempts to do that, including by those of my own government, have not succeeded because they have not been backed up, typically by the fundamental changes to our skills training systems that we need to have. And that's not why I left politics, by the way. I do, though, want to thank those that are in public service right now who hold elected office. These are not easy times. Public finances are hard to come by, yet the moment calls for Canada to do more. We can do more by working together to solve these challenges. We are seeing Canadian businesses and workers doing more in these strange, fast-changing circumstances we live in. It's worth noting that since a certain inauguration date 9 months ago, Canada's trade, for example, has begun to shift significantly. For example, exports from Canada to the UK are up 63%. The European Union up by 26%. We're seeing increases with our Asian trade partners and South America as well. Overall, writ large, exports from Canada are up and imports are down. Also importantly, foreign direct investment into Canada, surely a sign of economic health, into Canada has increased by 36% just in the year 2025, which signals that there is international confidence in things like our mining, energy, natural gas, and other sectors of the economy right across Canada. Also, Canadians are more than doing their part. They're spending more on Canadian products, and they're vacationing within their own country, as we saw over the summer. And I have to say that government has been swift as well. There is support, there is listing of what is called nation-building infrastructure. We're driving interprovincial trade and labor mobility in a way that we haven't talked about in well over a decade. And we are passing significant legislation in our provincial legislatures in the House of Commons to build more efficiently and more effective and more quickly in this country. So I look forward to getting into all of this with you today. Thank you again to everyone for your attendance, to the presenters, panels, and political leaders for your contributions. Let's get underway and make the most of today's opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rob. All right, we get to start this morning off with a bang, and I am so pleased to introduce that we are going to have a fireside chat on navigating turbulent times with a very distinguished guest. So I'd like to invite FSC's Executive Director, Noel Baldwin, who's not the distinguished guest, distinguished, not a guest, up here. And we'd like to also welcome Federal Minister of Jobs and Families, Patty Hajdu, the Honourable Patty Hajdu, to come give a few remarks. She's going to give a few remarks and then have a conversation with Noel. And we're really looking forward to hearing about what it takes to navigate change and lead. So thank you so much, Minister.
Well, good morning, everyone, and what a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you, Tricia and Rob, for the invitation, I believe, and also I'm looking forward to the less formal part of this chat with Noel. I was just speaking with Noel, and I was saying that I much prefer fireside chats. That's where you get to sort of the curious part of all of the work that you do, and I think that's where I want to start today, which is with a huge thank you. I know that this room is full of people that are working in the space of skills training and education, policy, and the work that you do is now more critical than ever, although I would argue that it's always been critical. I also just want to say that it's not my first rodeo as the Minister of Employment and Labour. I was the Minister of Employment and Labour in 2017, and I had the honor of working with then Minister Morneau on this very concept of future skills. And I remember being at the announcement when Future Skills was launched. And in those days, it was sort of a heady idea by then a government that was really taking skills development seriously and trying to project, as difficult as I think you all know that is, where we might be going as an economy and where we might be going in terms of the future of skills. I think we all knew digitization and AI and innovation was going to play a huge role in the work of the future, and the future has arrived. Here we are, although it continues, as we all know. And so I would say that there's a huge difference between 2017 and now. Obviously, we have a different Prime Minister, but I think we're in a very dramatically different time. And yet there's elements of this time that feel very familiar, especially for a small town Northern Ontario girl like me. And although many folks are, in fact, today waking up to the news of job loss in sectors that we even 5 years ago, 10 years ago thought were permanent and solid sectors of our industries and our country and our economic landscape, I can tell you that huge sector collapse is dramatic, it's terrifying, it's heartbreaking, and in some cases communities cannot recover. And I think that we all need to start from this place of honesty in the work that we're doing. Canadians are terrified. And Canadians that are losing their jobs are the most terrified perhaps today, but certainly Canadians that are looking at that and worrying about what that might mean for themselves, for their families, for their children, are also deeply worried. And although we talk about innovation and AI with enthusiasm, and as we should, because there are all kinds of really cool things happening, for the average Canadian on the street who is not immersed in the world of innovation, technology, it's actually really scary. And it feels, for many people, like an existential threat. Even one of my sons, who is in communications, is contemplating going back to school because he's worried that his school of writing, his profession of writing and communications is rapidly being overtaken by the use of AI. And I would agree with him, because I am a rampant user of AI. I use it in many ways in politics, throughout the campaign. AI helped me hone a message, helped me rapidly write fundraising letters, helped me rewrite tweets and narratives in a speed that I couldn't believe. And that is something that in previous elections, I really struggled to do because it was very time-consuming. Not anymore. And so that's just one small example of how innovation and technology is disrupting professions that felt really solid even just 5 years ago. And so where are we today as a government? Well, we have a new prime minister, a prime minister that is seized with the reality that we are at a hinge moment, not just with our relationships with our largest trading partner, but certainly as we look at the rapid evolution of technology and the job displacement that it may result in. And we're asking those kinds of questions that I think Canadians are expecting us to ask, which is, how do we adapt our workforce to this disruptive world? And what are the future skills that Canadians will need to fuel a growing economy? And so meeting this moment means that we need to invest in ourselves as a country and invest in the hard infrastructure that in many ways has lagged for a long time. And I can tell you that there is opportunity in this. There is opportunity in making sure that Canada can diversify who we trade with, can actually grow the kinds of infrastructure that's going to help us trade with each other. Still a problem, if you can believe it, after all these years. And make sure that Canadians have not only the skills to be able to seize that work, but the spirit of adaptation that's going to allow them to continually evolve. We also face an enormous generational transition. 600,000 skilled trades workers are going to retire by 2031, another 150,000 by 2033, and that's 750,000 of Canadians worth of experience walking out the door. My other son is a skilled tradesperson, two very different boys, a crane operator who works in skilled trades. And I can tell you that he is the youngest person on the job site currently at 29 as a crane operator. In fact, most people that he's working with are much older than he is. And it is very hard continues to be hard to attract people to these very lucrative jobs. So part of the solution is to invest in skills trades training and partner with unions and other folks that are doing fantastic work in training people and attracting diverse people to the trades, but it's not the only answer. We also have to be sure that we're supporting people when we get to the workforces that involve skilled trades. They can be lonely, isolating, difficult, and especially if you're not a traditional member of that community. And skilled trades unions have been working very hard to attract new people, but we have to work just as hard to keep people in those sectors. I can also tell you that we've done some work and continue to work with colleagues across provinces and territories on labor mobility. But if I can just tell you what labor mobility looks like in real life, that means that you go where the job goes. And that means that you leave your home and you leave your children and you leave your family so that you can work in another location. And it doesn't mean that that job that you're going to is your permanent job of the future. So I think we have to be really thoughtful when we're talking about concepts like labor mobility, that we're not minimizing the impact that it has on individuals and human beings. Nonetheless, we need tradespeople, and there are many great jobs that are closer to home, like power line technicians, millwrights, auto service techs, and more. And so we invest nearly $1 billion every year to support apprenticeships through loans, tax credits, grants, EI benefits, and the Red Seal program. Plus, we'll be investing $382 million over 5 years and $56 million ongoing for workforce alliances and sectoral workforce investments funds. And we're working with apprentices, employers, unions, and training groups. But this is going to take an all-hands-on-deck approach. Governments across the board, provincial and federal, are going to need to work together with all of you in the room to make sure that we actually have a tangible, seamless approach for employees and for new workers, and for employers, to be honest. We also have talked a lot about the barriers that prevent Canadians from entering non-traditional sectors, but I can tell you that it is not just non-traditional sectors that have a hard time. It's as broad a group as women. And that's why the National Child Care Program is such a critical component to ensuring that we keep everybody as productive as possible. I often say to my colleagues that child care is not a social program, it's an economic program. It means that people can continue to learn, they can continue to grow, they can continue to seek new opportunities to fully engage in the workplace without worrying about quality childcare. And as a mom myself, a single mom at the time, when I was raising my 2 young boys, I can tell you that nothing stops you in your tracks like not having quality care. It can be a really challenging space to navigate for moms or families who don't have quality care. And even for families that have more means, it is often the decision point about whether or not a woman will continue her career trajectory, and oftentimes very lucrative career trajectory, if she can't access quality childcare. So at the heart of all of this work is the Future Skills Centre. As I said, an idea that was born in 2017 and built for the moment that we're in now. And since the launch, it's very exciting to hear that you've partnered with 1,000 employers, 2,000 organizations across 20 sectors, and led 400 plus innovation projects, and helped 105,000 Canadians access skills training and jobs. And it's a hub for that kind of innovation, experimentation, and dialogue that I think we're going to need even more than ever. We also need to tap into the Future Skills Centre for those really, I think, challenging, pernicious problems that continue to plague us across the country. I talked about sector collapse, but I also want to talk a little bit about labor negotiations. And it's been really interesting to me as the Minister of Employment and Labor to hear some of the challenges that labor unions are facing and employers are facing that are deeply connected to the insecurity around changing jobs. And I'm speaking really frankly with you right now, but some of the most challenging labor negotiations actually don't have a lot to do with wages and pension. Obviously, everybody's concerned about what they're going to be compensated and how safe their workplaces are and what their financial security looks like after retirement. Those are all really normal things to negotiate about, and they're usually really solvable things. But what's really challenging in some, not all, 97% of federal negotiations we arrive at smoothly. But for some of these labor negotiations that are a little stickier, it is actually about the future of work. It's about what kinds of transformation is happening in the industry, who is going to be displaced, a huge fear about displacement, and a huge fear about the kinds of skills that are necessary to adapt to the transforming industry. And so I'm really hoping that all of you are going to be thinking through the lens of labor stability in the work that you're doing. Because I actually think that the more confident that workers are in being able to continue to adapt as their industry transforms with more automation, more AI, more digitization, the more stable labor relations will be in this country. People are terrified. People are terrified that the machines are going to take their jobs. And unfortunately, that's a difficult thing to negotiate about. And so we're going to have to be really thoughtful as a group about how we support workers in sectors that are experiencing huge disruption as a result of digitization. Finally, I'll just say that although there are some, and I heard your earlier speaker talk about this, some significant flashing red lights around youth unemployment, around a rising unemployment rate, I would say that there are pockets of this country that are deeply in need of employment. And so we're going to also have to sort out how we balance this very delicate dance between regions that need new people, regions that are struggling to keep up with the demand for jobs and the demand for workers, and how we actually get that balance right. And so the federal government is thinking through that right now. There are a number of small tools that we've launched in the last few years, including in my own region, that look at immigration more as a revenue accelerator. Things like the Northern and Rural Immigration Pilot that matches newcomers to Northern Ontario with quality jobs in sectors that could use a new person. Things like the Global Talent Strategy that allow companies to unlock that next level of growth by using qualified, great talent from other countries, being competitive in the race for researchers and educators. And I think we have some work to do to get that balance right, but I know that that work is underway, and I'm very grateful to be here today. Looking forward to the conversation with Noel. Thank you.
Apparently this is the moderator chair.
Okay.
So,
to know.
yeah, I got to sit in the right chair. Thank you, Minister.
Thanks, Noel.
Yeah, that was a really thoughtful way to open today, and I think the challenge that I think the call to action I think that you've given us to have open and honest and sober but hopeful conversations is a really good note to start on, right? Over the last couple of years, we've tried to emphasize both sides of the coin, the challenges that are in front of us, but the opportunities that are there. So thank you very much for that. I should have come up and done an introduction, a proper introduction for you, but maybe I'll do a little bit of that in the first question, because this is your second tour through this portfolio. It's a little different than last time. You've got families now. But also you've had some other portfolios in the meantime. You were the Minister of Health during the pandemic. You spent several years at Indigenous Services, which is always meaningful but challenging work to do. And so I wonder, kind of thinking about those experiences and your career before politics, I mean, what does it mean to have a resilient workforce in this moment, and one that will continue to be resilient as we navigate these changes over the next few years? What are some of the things that you think are markers of that kind of resilience? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the question of the hour, isn't it? It's look, I think I said in my remarks that there's some serious warning signals. Unemployment rates of youth are higher than we've seen in a very long time, and same with adults. And there's I think that even more disturbing, there's a real fear out there, and when people are afraid, it can really actually immobilize people. People can get very immobilized. I'm also really worried about the sort of, I would say, deep anxiety of youth in particular. I almost use the word hopelessness. I don't think that's necessarily true, but there are some youth out there that I've spoken to that are feeling very overwhelmed, not just for the future of their own particular circumstances. Work is very important. It's a huge piece of our identity and purpose, but what the future of the world looks like. And so when I speak to youth, there's a deep grief and fear, and that can be really immobilizing as well. And so I think that there are opportunities out there that are paid, and I think there's opportunities that are unpaid. But I think the answer I give my young people is that there are ways to make the world better in our own small circle. And sometimes we want to heal the world, stop the wars, stop climate change, make healthier communities, reduce racism. There's a whole bunch of things that kids want to do. But sometimes we just have to start in our own small circle. And the interesting thing about that is when you start in those small places, you actually make new connections and you gain new skills. So I think about all the years that I took my kids to the Thunder Bay Shelter House to serve a monthly meal with a faith organization we were involved in. And just the experiences that they received through that, of working with difficult people, of understanding mental health and illness, of being able to prepare food, just little things that they gained through that experience of what community means, of what collective action means, that were intrinsic skills that I didn't even realize at the time, was one of the things they would gain from that experience. And I think there's opportunities through some of the contemplated programs like the Canada Green Corps, I can't remember the exact name, sorry, the Youth Environmental Corps. I met with the BC Environmental Corps last week, and just to hear that hopefulness in young people's voices as they described the projects that they were undertaking in their communities, very community-driven. Things like fire prevention in small towns, helping homeowners clear brush around their homes, restoring habitat for fish in small creeks, cleaning up forested areas. So I think we can do things. I just think we have to be creative and we have to listen to how we are going to support young people through this time. Because that ultimately, if our young people lose hope and disconnect, that's where it gets really, really challenging. Bringing people back from disconnection is a lot harder than keeping them connected.
That's right. That's right, absolutely. And showing the pathways between some of those things they do that bring them connectedness and then out into what they may do for work and as a career. You talked about in your speech about some of the areas where we've got really high demand for people that we're having trouble meeting. Skilled trades is one. Healthcare is another, right? We need more nurses and PSWs. What are some of the things that you feel excited about or optimistic about that are going to help us build those pipelines? And I thought your reflection on mobility was really important, that you have to think about the impact of people moving around, but that's also not a way that the pie grows bigger, right? We need more people. And I wonder if there's some things that you're looking forward to potentially to build some of those pipelines.
Well, I think some of the provinces are doing a really, I mean, listen, we're the federal government, so we don't actually have the ability to shape minds at like, you know, JK to 12. And so we work in a federation, but I would say that there's some really exciting work happening provincially to reintegrate at least access and contact to the trades within more junior years. I think when we start talking about skilled trades after after high school, it's in a way, I mean, it's never too late. Listen, it's never too late, but it's in a way like a bit of a U-turn for a lot of people. But if you integrate it into classrooms and you use a model where people are exposed to opportunities and thinking about careers that are broader than what in my generation was de rigueur, which is go to university. If you went to anywhere but university, you were just a second-class citizen. And there was a huge stigma attached to going to the trades. And so that stigma ends by normalizing it, by making sure that people understand that it's a really good career path. That, I mean, look, my son's 29 years old, he owns a house, he's had a house for 3 or 4 years. Like, that's a story. It's Northern Ontario, mind you. It might be a bit more difficult here, but it's a story that is not uncommon in skilled trades because they're really good paying. Often in many cases, they're unionized. And you can rise through the ranks fairly quickly. But it has to be normalized, and it has to be, kids have to be exposed to not just what the trade is, but what the opportunities are and where it can take you. And so I really want to applaud provinces who are looking at how to reintegrate that into sort of the 0 to 12 kind of landscape and talking about the value and dignity of building things and fixing things and many of those skills are deeply technical. I mean, I'll just give you an example of, I'm going to have to draw on my son again, but, crane operation is really digital. Yeah. It's not, you're not looking out the window and figuring it out. You are also doing that, but you're using, digital tools to, very specifically measure, lift loads, et cetera. I can't do it. It's very deeply technical. But, I mean, that is just something I think a lot of young people might not conceptualize in terms of what a crane operator is doing every single day. And so when young people are exposed to what an actual trade looks like, and what it actually produces at the end, and the value from an employment perspective, I think it changes the narrative. But it also takes all of us to destigmatize the trades. You know, it's for a very long time been treated as the sort of poor cousin of university, and that's an attitude problem. It's not even a reality. It's just an attitude problem.
Yeah. Yeah, and those attitudes take different tools to try to shift, right? I'm gonna take a bit of a turn. I want to talk about AI just for a minute here. My daughter asked me the other day if I do AI, and I didn't really know how to answer that question. And I said, "Not."
Were you honest?
It. Yeah. Well, I said I try to avoid it. But it's
I use it every single day in ChatGPT. Actually, Paul Thompson's here, my deputy. I'm pretty sure he's sick of me telling him how ChatGPT actually has a better answer.
Yeah, that might be something that he may not love.
But I guess my point in this is it's coming. And if we don't adapt as human beings and as departments and as researchers to how we can actually use these tools to, listen, there's all sorts of questions that are sort of beyond my scope of practice, like data integrity. And if you want to talk about all that stuff, you know, AI sovereignty, call Evan, because he'll be thrilled to talk to you about it. Yeah. For a long time. Yeah. But what I'm saying is if there's a viable tool that makes us do our work better, then why are we avoiding it? And how do we figure out how to integrate that in a way that has integrity and obviously that is, you know, evidence-based? Like, you don't want to be spewing out garbage, but you do want to be able to use tools that can make you better at your job. And I think that's part of the challenge with AI is if we talk about it as a replacement, of course it's terrifying, and it is going to replace some things. We know this. But if we talk about it as a performance enhancer, and we figure out how we integrate it into our workplaces as a performance enhancer and teach people the skills that they're going to need to use it with integrity and with confidence, then I think that it's actually a really valuable tool. That's how I'm using it. And you know, listen, I'm doing all the things. Obviously, I'm not running cabinet documents through AI. But for something like a fundraising letter to my Liberal constituents in my riding, why would I spend an hour and a half crafting the perfect letter when I can give it like 3 prompts, you know, under the file that I've saved for Liberal propaganda is what I call it. We all have it, right? But, you know, essentially you write your letter and, you know, it comes out 2 seconds later and then you tweak it. So like kids are doing this. It's not learning. It's actually using a tool to do what we all talk about all the time, which is efficiency. And the way that we use the tool is the really important thing, right? So the integrity of how we use these tools and the ability to understand whether or not, you know, the tools are drawing from evidence-based resources and how you check that and whether or not there's falsities and how you optimize that tool to use it with integrity is the question. But we can't avoid it. Like, it is here. And so I know I'm not in education, but I've spoken to teachers who are like grappling with trying to figure out how they teach in a time where there is a tool that can write your 2,000-word essay. How do you teach? Curious to hear if teachers are what they're thinking about all that.
I'll just point out one difference between AI and humans. I didn't actually give you a good prompt, and you gave a fantastic answer. Minister, we're running close to time. I know you've got another really important meeting with your cabinet colleagues coming up. Is there a final reflection you'd like to leave us with as we go about our work for the rest of the day today?
Oh, final reflection. Well, I would just say that everybody matters in this economy, and I think you are the room that actually understands that there are a bunch of people in this country who have been deeply left behind, and I'm reflecting on my time as Minister of Indigenous Services in particular. And yet there's such promise and opportunity in those communities. There's such promise and opportunity in communities, entire communities of people who often feel voiceless and nameless, but who have great ideas and great potential. And so, you know, it's difficult sometimes to dig into those spaces where people have a harder time accessing the internet, have a harder time participating in events, have a harder time getting to school, for Lord Pete's sake. I can't believe we still have that problem, but we do. And yet there's tons of innovation and tons of new tools that actually can accelerate that work and make sure that everybody actually feels like they have true potential. When people have potential and know it, and when they have a feeling that they have purpose in this place, it's not just good for our economy. It doesn't just help grow our productivity, but it actually creates better, safer, more cohesive communities. And so the work that you're doing is actually around protecting democracy and protecting, our country to actually be united. We talk a lot about Canada Strong, but there's a whole bunch of people that have never really felt like they have been seen by this country or by the leaders of this country. And so our job, I think, as leaders is to make sure that we're asking ourselves, who's not at the table, who's not served by my program, how do I actually get to a better place with the folks that need it the most?
Thank you. That's a fantastic synthesis, both of what we're trying to do at the Future Skills Center and what we're trying to do today. I want to thank you so much for being here with us and for sharing your time and your thoughts with us, giving us a great start to a busy day of work and talking about how we make sure that no one's left behind. Please, everyone, give me a warm round of applause for Minister Heidi.
Thank you so much to Minister Haidu and the other distinguished guest as well. All right, we are going to do our opening check-in. So we shifted around the agenda a little bit, but now I encourage you all to, you have 2 QR codes. One is on the table, one side is the survey, and one side is kind of our link tree. It's also on your lanyards. For those of you online, it will be dropped, I think, either on the screen or in the chat. The QR code will go up. And I encourage you to share at your tables 3 things: your name, your organization, and one skill you think that's critical for a resilient workforce, for a prosperous economy. That's the prompt. What's one skill Canada needs for a prosperous economy? And I will tell you, you can enter more than one thing in the chat box, in the boxes. So you can cheat. You can say more than one if you want, more than one. It's going to make a lovely word cloud, including people from online. So we're going to be able to hear the perspectives of people who are also joining us virtually. But don't just look at your screens here if you're in the room with us today. You can also share your name, your organization with people at your table, get to know some different people. So we'll have a few minutes to do this, and then we'll take a look at what the responses are coming in just a few minutes. So feel free. All right, I hear lots of table talk. That's great. Are you entering in the skills you think we need for our future? What's my time? All right, I think they're gonna flash a screen soon, right? Am I right, team? We're gonna get to see a word cloud any minute now. Oh, it's up there. Okay, all right. Okay, I get to see it down here too. All right, wow, look at this. Adaptability, critical thinking. I think a lot of people are entering that. Flexibility, resiliency, so many great combinations here. Do we know how many different entries we had? 120. Wow, thank you everyone for entering all your thoughts. I think today is a day where we're going to talk about a lot of these. So we've designed today to try to encourage you to have a little bit different conversations. So we know there's a lot of events, a lot of things competing for your time. So I'd encourage you all, and you heard the minister call out to us there, just saying, think about the people who aren't in the room, who are at risk of being left behind. And I hope that you'll challenge yourselves and each other to have those different conversations today, thinking about these skills and how do we get there? How do we get there over the coming years and months and decades ahead? We're going to kick that off by starting with a session that's really going to look at the current state of skills. And we wanted to bring you a deep focus on the data on skills, some international benchmarking, and to really take a stock of where we are right now. We wanted to provide a clear picture of our current skills landscape, connecting research to real-world outcomes. So we're really thrilled to have distinguished moderator and 3 speakers today join us. They're each going to give a very short presentation. We told them 7 minutes. Can you imagine? 7 minutes. It's hard to do anything in 7 minutes. But I'm pleased to introduce Jennifer Robson, who's an associate professor and director of graduate program at Carleton University, who will be moderating the panel. I'm not going to read bios, by the way, for one, because it's very painful as a speaker to have someone read your bio. And they're all available in the Slido. So if you get to that link tree, you can read about anyone's backgrounds in there as well. We'll also have Pedro Antunes, the chief economist at the Conference Board of Canada, one of our consortium partners. Dr. Glenda Quintini, a senior economist at OECD, will be joining us virtually from Paris. And Dr. Wendy Souquier from the Diversity Institute. So I'll hand it over to you, Jen. Thank you.
Good morning. Bonjour. When it comes to public policy, as I always tell my students, what gets measured gets minded, right? So good data helps us to identify Canada's human capital challenges and the opportunities that we have in front of us. Ça nous permet aussi un dialogue fondé sur les données probantes, sur la situation actuelle que nous faisons face, mais aussi sur la direction que nous prenons ensemble. When connected to policy interventions, policy change, program level interventions, good data can also let us see what's working and also what's not so that we make smarter investments. So we have an excellent panel to help us make sense of the data that we have and what it's telling us about how to secure Canada's future prosperity. I will not obviously repeat the introductions, so thank you very much to Tricia for making my job up here a little easier. But first we'll be hearing from Pedro Antunes, followed by Dr. Glenda Quintini and Dr. Wendy Souquier. So they will each speak for a few minutes. Also remind you that you can be part of this conversation by joining the Slido, so please submit your questions because there will be time for questions at the end of the session. So, without further ado, Pedro, can I invite you up?
Terrific. Thanks, Jennifer.
Yeah, terrific. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Ça fait plaisir d'être ici de retour. The last time I presented, I think, with FSC was at an event in Montreal, and I started off by saying I don't know that I have any very much good news at all for folks, and here I am. I got invited back, so that's not bad. Yeah, I thought I'd give you the bad news first. I'll talk about the situation in the labor market in Canada and how we are seeing the economy evolve, and then I'll introduce a little bit of how economists look at our potential in our economy, and in fact dive into a little bit of some of the drivers of essentially our GDP, which is our income, and our productivity. And so I'll start with that, and I think we're going to have some of our other panelists dig deeper into some of the performance indicators that are important around productivity. All right, so people and potential. It's a good title. I think AI helped me with that. If you folks are worried about a trade war between the two biggest economies in the world, the U.S. and China, well, let me put your hearts at ease here, because President Trump announced just yesterday that he and Xi are very close, very good friends, and it's just that Xi gets a little testy sometimes, so I'm sure things will get resolved. But in fact, we're very worried about the current situation. The two biggest economies in the world. The U.S. at current exchange rates is about 26% of the world economy. The U.S. consumer is still roughly 80% of global demand. And China at current exchange rates is about 16% of the world economy, and they are in a testy situation, the two of them. So that in and of itself is going to have an impact on the global outlook, and of course that has an impact on Canada's economy, not to mention the impact of direct tariffs on a lot of our production, a lot of our goods that we're already seeing, but even beyond that, it's the impact on confidence. And the impact on confidence is one that is affecting both business and consumer confidence, and it's really showing up on the investment side. Businesses are hand-tied in terms of their investment, and they're hand-tied in terms of their employment. So this chart just has essentially the quarterly growth rates for Canada. You can see that in the second quarter, we just got the news from StatsCan not that long ago, we had essentially a big decline in economic activity, 1.6% decline in economic activity. That did follow a strong ramp up. In fact, part of the reason that we're not seeing yet the biggest impacts of these tariff wars and trade wars is that we got ahead of the tariffs. Exports from many countries into the U.S., including Canada's, ramped up in the first quarter, but now we're starting to see essentially that exports for Canada into the U.S. are about 6-7% below normal. So that is going to take a bite out of growth, and that's what's happening in the second quarter, in the third quarter, the fourth quarter of this year. We're hopeful that we'll see a little bit of pickup in essentially economic activity going forward as we get into next year. But it is really a hope. We're hopeful that we'll see some stability in terms of the tariffs, that we'll work out some tariff agreement with the U.S. And that's the GDP growth. That represents, by the way, for this year in Canada, 1.1% growth. That's half of our normal pace of growth should be in Canada. And for next year, for 2026, that quarterly pattern works out to about 1.3% growth for next year. So both years very weak. And you can see the employment picture there. It's just essentially very lackluster. Flat employment or almost no employment growth is our expectation over the next 2 years. That's the demand side, essentially the employment growth. What about the supply side? And we heard a little bit about this morning, the immigration story. That's just a complete about-face. The light blue bars, by the way, that's the non-permanent resident stream. That's international students, that's refugees, and that's temporary foreign workers, some of the programs that are included in those numbers. Over the 3 years, essentially well over 1 million people came into this country over those 3 years, and we're looking at reducing those numbers. So the light blue bars now are below zero. That means roughly, according to the federal government, plans of essentially seeing 950,000 people out of the country over 2 years. We've worked it over 3 years in the assumptions in our forecast, but that essentially means flat population growth over the next 2 years. The federal government actually had a slight decline in population growth. And we talked about how should I say, we talked about retirements as well this morning. Those numbers, that, how should I say, outflow out of the labor force continues to happen in Canada. I'm running very quickly out of time, so let me just say the supply and demand side means a tightening labor market, a slowly tightening labor market. We saw the unemployment rate, we think, peak at about 7.3% just a few months ago. It's at 7.1% now. We expect that to slowly ease because the decline in the supply is greater than essentially the ramp up of essentially stable employment growth going forward. And just very quickly on the youth unemployment rates, I just want to point out here, the biggest, we haven't really seen big declines except for the 15 to 19-year-olds. So often we hear about the 15 to 24, but it is very, very much axed on that very young group, 15 to 19-year-olds, and this is why we're seeing very high unemployment rates for those folks. And that, to me, doesn't signal necessarily, it signals the impacts of a weak economy. It doesn't yet signal the impact of disruptive forces on the workforce. So a productivity emergency, we keep hearing about it from, well, our Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor, Carolyn Rogers. She keeps talking about productivity emergency. Economists break productivity into essentially a very simple framework. We look at the whole economy as though it were a firm, and we say, well, there's 3 things that are going to drive output in that firm: the amount and quality of labor, the amount and quality of capital, physical productive capital like machinery and equipment, and the efficiency with which that mixes to create output. Now, the efficiency piece is all of that stuff that we talk around innovation, possibly AI, possibly the management practices, all of these things. The capital piece is one where we've been very, very lackluster, and in fact we're hearing a lot about Prime Minister Carney's efforts at pushing private investment to drive up our capital. And the last is the quality of labor. Now, I'm just going to go to very quickly to what our Nobel laureate we just heard about, Peter Howitt, you may have heard, and his whole thesis was around creative destruction. And what that means is that in an economy, we're not seeing, it's not like the rising tide lifting all industries at the same time. Economic growth is driven by strength in some areas, displacing weaknesses in other areas, and that's what happens with destructive growth in the economy. And the other thing he says is the way to the policies that we need to how should I say, to adapt to that are really around human capital. It's around, essentially retraining, reskilling our workforce to adapt to these changes. And right now, we're seeing massive, massive investments in AI. This is driving billions of dollars in these data centers. It's driving billions of investments in new power capacity. This is what's driving the economy, and of course, it's going to have repercussions elsewhere. So that creative destruction is happening. The good news is that we're already starting to see that on the innovation side, on the efficiency side of the economy. I think we'll hear more from other panelists. I'm a little over time, apologies, and I'll pass it on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pedro. So if my notes are correct, I think through the miracle of technology, we'll be now joined by Dr. Glenda Quintini, who's joining us virtually from the OECD. Is that correct? Can I have a signal?
I am here, so thank you. Can you hear me? Fine. Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I can hear myself, but I hope it's better for you. Let me try and put the presentation. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I was told 5 minutes, so I guess I have the extra 2 minutes at my disposal. I'm starting, I think, at a good time, at a good point, because that's where the previous speaker left on productivity per hour worked. He's already said so many valuable things on this, but what I can do perhaps that he didn't do is compare Canada internationally with other OECD countries. You see that productivity per hour worked in Canada is close to the OECD average, is still far from the best performing countries on the left of the chart. There's been a significant slowdown. We saw that in the chart of the previous speaker as well in productivity growth, and this slowdown is common in other countries, but has been bigger in Canada, which means that Canada's position has slipped down. And as the previous speaker has mentioned, of course, having a skilled workforce is essential for productivity growth. It's important for adopting new technology, for innovating, for improving processes. And unfortunately, despite the fact that Canada has a very qualified workforce, this hasn't really translated into big productivity gains. And what I'm going to show in the next two slides is that in international comparison, this seems to be due to bigger difficulties in Canada in translating education outputs, putting skills into use in the labor market. So here you see what I just said. Canada has a very qualified labor force compared to other countries. So the share of the population holding a tertiary degree is the highest in Canada compared to other OECD countries. Participation in lifelong learning, so after leaving education, is very high, both in terms of returning to formal education, but also training on the labor market, or both for some adults. There are gaps, so there are significant differences between groups. So for example, the low skilled tend to participate less than the high skilled, and the gap is pretty large, and it's increased over the past decade. This is also by age. So Canada, for example, has the biggest gap in participation in adult learning by age, where older workers participate a lot less than the young. Let's say that this also participation in adult learning has not moved much over the past decade. This is common among other countries as well. So there's been either stagnation in participation rates, or in some cases participation fell, which is not the case for Canada, where it remains stable. So, as I said, there is, though, not as close link between the level of qualification and information processing skills. So while Canada has the most highly educated labor force and population in OECD countries, you see that in terms of information processing skills, it does quite well, but it's not at the top. So there is, in fact, the fact that qualifications don't translate as much into literacy scores or numeracy scores or problem solving as well as in Japan, Sweden, or the Netherlands, for example. So this also is reflected in the rewards for skills on the labor market. There's for the same level of skills, workers in several OECD countries earn higher wages than they do in Canada. And you can also see that the difference is mostly due to the ability of the labor market to reward higher skills, so those who have the highest level of skills, while the rewards for the low skilled is more comparable across countries. There's also a high overqualification rate. So these are workers who have qualifications that are significantly higher than qualification required by their job, which again means that there isn't a full use of the skills of these workers on the labor market. And finally, I want to conclude with a little bit of insights on the policy side, since this evidence all suggests that Canada is not using skills to the full. I just want to show you a few insights from our Skills First Adoption Readiness and Adoption Index, which we launched just last Friday, which measures the extent to which countries are focusing on skills as opposed to qualification or occupational experience. and how they're advancing this. And the potential of adopting a skills-first approach is to broaden the talent pool, to facilitate, to enable more mobility, and also to solve also information asymmetries, which might be at the origin, for example, of overqualification. You see that Canada doesn't score very high on any of the dimensions. We measure the extent to which skills are signaled, recognized, and rewarded. We measure the extent to which education, training, and career guidance providers focus on skills when they provide their programs. And we look at the enabling framework, that is the infrastructure and the incentives to move towards a skills-first approaches. And the pressure for Canada to do that is quite high. We also have, as part of the index, a labor market pressure index, which measures shortages, pressures for upskilling and reskilling, for example. You see that Canada is on the bottom right, which means that of the chart on the left, which means that the pressure from the labor market to adopt a skills-first approaches is high, and so there is a lot to gain in this move, but Canada is further behind than other countries in doing that. And I'll stop here. I hope I'm within my time. Thanks a lot.
Survey we do with the Environics Institute and FSC, and it shows that, I would argue, despite the fact that certain sectors are more at risk of disruption from trade, technology, and so on, all Canadians are worried about their jobs, and that's partly because of the multiplier effects of job loss in certain sectors, which will eventually ripple through the whole economy. The other thing that I think is interesting is looking at AI use. And it's important to emphasize that the way in which people understand AI use varies dramatically. So Stats Canada did a study of small medium enterprises that said about 11% are using AI in operations, whereas there are other surveys that say it's more than 50% of SMEs, and a lot depends on how you define AI use. But what we see is AI use among employees is growing. And in fact, it's growing faster than the leaders in many of these organizations say they're using AI. That creates massive opportunity, but also massive risk, because half of the people who say they're using AI in the workplace have no formal training, no guardrails, and we know that that's a real problem. The other thing that's very interesting, in my view, about the advent of generative AI is it's bridging the digital divide in many ways. So the gap between men and women has narrowed dramatically. If you asked about coding skills, you'd see something very, very different. And that's partly because generative AI is the English major's revenge. So after all of that emphasis on coding, more computer scientists, guess what? Those are jobs that are disappearing, and prompt engineering requires the ability to think critically and structure a sentence. So we're tracking all of this through a disaggregated lens, because it is really important, again, when you think about what the minister said, to consider the impacts of all of these changes and the disruption on different segments of the population. The other thing that I think is so important, and this is when we think about the data that was presented by the conference board or the international data, is to consider the structure of the Canadian economy. Canada is a country of small, medium enterprises. Most private sector employment is with small, medium enterprises, over 90%. In contrast, in the US, it's 50%. Big companies have lots of money to spend on technology and HR and all kinds of things. So the productivity gaps we see are partly a function of the structure of our economy, and I think we have to continue to emphasize that. What large corporations want and need, very different from what small, medium enterprises need. What the health sector needs, very different from what manufacturing needs. And if we don't take a very close look at the disaggregated data, we're going to miss the boat, in my view. So one of the things we did with the with Memorial University was look at AI adoption among SMEs. And again, we asked different questions than other studies, but what we see is lots of small, medium enterprises are starting to use AI. The use cases, the impact is very uneven. Part of the reason we have a productivity paradox around investments in technology, some companies get really good gains and some are pouring money down a big black hole. And so often it evens out. What we have to focus on is how to use technology effectively to drive productivity, creative destruction, and innovation. Skills and competency frameworks, in our view, and we'll talk more about skills afterwards, critically important. I would argue, regardless of the analysis that says some jobs will be more affected by AI than others, we need AI literacy for everybody. It has to be part of it doesn't matter what job you're in, because you're going to be targeted by deep fakes and cybersecurity threats. If you don't have basic AI literacy, you're at risk. We also need deep AI skills. We need more Nobel Prize winners and PhDs in machine learning. But what we really need, and this is true whether we're talking about AI or green transition, we need people who understand organizations, human behavior, policy and ethical frameworks, and can ensure effective adoption. Because without adoption, you have no innovation. And we have spent too much time, in my view, focusing on developing technologies, whether it's green tech, AI tech, you name it, and not enough attention on how to use those technologies to achieve benefits for all Canadians. And that has implications. It's also important to recognize, and I think the evidence is very clear on this, that part of the reason why we see that gap between our education levels and productivity and employment, frankly, is bias at multiple levels. And the experiences, and again, this is the Skills and Employment Survey, the experiences of different segments of the population of discrimination in the workplace. This is based on 40,000 responses, like it's 8 waves of 5,000 respondents, is profound. And what may surprise you is people in the nonprofit sector and government sectors report higher levels of discrimination than in the private sector. And that's something we could talk about further. But it's the underutilization of skills all through organizations. The other thing that is critically important is to see the differences. So women still experience barriers. Lots of people think gender is dead. It's not. But we also see that within, for example, the racialized community, Black people experience more discrimination. And where this plays out, which is really important, is when we look at Indigenous peoples. Indigenous university graduates have pretty much the same employment outcomes as non-Indigenous people. That may surprise people in the room. But Indigenous peoples are much less likely to graduate from university, which means you have to invest upstream. It's very different for Black people. We've bridged the gap between Black people and people who are not Black in terms of university graduation, but Black people are far more likely to be employed in jobs only requiring high school education. Persons with severe disabilities who have graduated from universities have worse employment outcomes than high school dropouts. This is not, frankly, just about skills. This is about tackling barriers to work and education. And, you know, one of the most shameful things is the fact that in Canada, on average, immigrants earn 50% of Canadian-born workers after 5 years in the country. 50%, whether they're doctors, engineers, whatever. In Australia, it's 90%. We have a long way to go. And the solutions, and we'll talk more about this, of course I'm over time too, is really to take an ecosystem approach, to understand that we need policies, we need to respond to those global geopolitical economic trends. We have to deal with skill requirements at the individual level. But what I would challenge everyone in the room to think about is how we can drive change in the institutions, whether it's post-secondary, whether it's the service providers, whether it's the employers, to create a more inclusive and productive ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, so I know you have the QR codes on your table, so I would encourage you please to submit your questions through Slido. While you're thinking about the questions you want asked, let me start off our question session with a few prepared questions of my own. All three of our speakers have raised the question of productivity. It's the word on many lips these days. In turn, so I'll start with you, Pedro, and then go to you, Glenda, and finish off with you, Wendy. Help us in this room make sense of the fact that on the one hand, Canada has high rates of adult learning participation, high education attainment, and yet low productivity. Like, I thought that more human capital was better, isn't it? What's going on?
Oh, well, yeah. Just one point on that very quickly. The human capital aspect has been a steady contributor to labor productivity. That was my last chart, which shows kind of this very smooth, about 0.3 percentage points per year. Now, what is labor productivity? It's output per hour worked. It's income. GDP or output, it's just income. Labor income and essentially the income that's attributed to profits. So it's our what drives our prosperity and what drives government revenues, what drives essentially our ability to offer public services. Everything is really tied to that metric. Is really important. The other thing I'd say is where we're lagging, it's on the capital side, and this is where I was referencing Carolyn Rogers' point. She used the example. She was in Halifax at the time. I think they just had a major snowstorm there, and she said, if you have a snowblower versus a shovel, you're going to get a lot more done per hour worked. So the capital component is one that we absolutely need to address. It's a little different than what we're talking about here. And then the last is the efficiency piece, which, as I said, I think we need to dig deeper. But what's the positive news is that that efficiency piece is getting better in Canada. It's been really dismal in let's say the last decade. It has been getting better in the last few years, and I think there's something attributed to technology, to AI. So there's hope in that aspect.
Thank you, Glenda. Can I turn to you for an international perspective?
Yes, I think I tried to do that a little bit in the presentation. What I would say is that qualifications don't directly translate into skills, which then don't automatically translate into a good use of skills. And I think a speaker that followed me also made that point, right? So the purpose of the survey of adult skills, which we released last year, is precisely to disentangle that relationship between having a qualifications and acquiring skills. So there's I think it's intuitive, there's a variation of skills that people acquire when the people possess, even if they have the same qualification. And we see internationally that countries that have even not as high qualification levels as Canada have higher levels of literacy, numeracy, and problem solving. And then the next step is, how are these skills used in the labor market? And that's why Diana was talking about skills first approaches. So approaches that focus on skills, and they do address some of the issues that were raised. For example, the fact that there might be also discrimination and bias at hiring. If you look at the skills people have, irrespective of how they have been acquired, whether they come from a qualification, whether they come from work experience, or whether they come from a short training that people have done after finishing education, is very important. You're opening up to groups that normally you don't hire in your typical responding to your typical vacancy. So it also, to some extent, broadens diversity within occupations, which I think, again, is very important for that element of translating skills into use on the labor market.
Thank you. Wendy, I think this is where you come in.
Yeah, I think the thing is the definitions of skills are often unclear. So we know, for example, there's big focus placed on official language skills. We know that that does not translate into employment, though it does translate into earning potential. So what's going on there? Are we not measuring the right thing, or are people facing bias? We also know digital skills, do surveys of business. We need digital skills, digital skills. You dig in on it. What was really interesting, this is a few years old, but it still applies today. Businesses said they wanted digital skills. Only 10% wanted deep digital skills like programming. About 15% wanted advanced use of platforms that might or might not need a computer science degree. 75% meant use of Microsoft Office. Right? So we have some really serious problems. In translation, you survey university grads and ask them about communication skills, 90% will say, yeah, I've got communication skills. Ask employers, 70% say no, because they're talking about different things. So I think that's really important to consider as well.
So we've been mixing up credentials and skills, and we're talking about totally different things when it comes to skills. I'm going to pick up on this the same thread with one of the questions from Slido. There's a question here which I think is interesting. Are Canadians overeducated or overskilled for the jobs that are available? Wendy, would you like to start us on this one?
I would argue not, because I'm a big believer, despite the fact a recent survey, and again, not to disagree with the minister, but 54% of Canadians said they would advise a young person to do trades, and only 26% would advise them to do a general university degree, which is really concerning to me, because I'm a big believer in building capacity and resiliency and critical skills and so on, as opposed to focusing narrowly on specific paths, because in my own experience, those paths change quite dramatically. So I would not argue we're overeducated. I would argue that we have not harnessed the talent, and I'll talk more about this later. We talk about creative destruction. We need to really center skills around entrepreneurship and innovation, whether people want to start a business, want to drive change in a university, or build a new healthcare system.
Thank you. Pedro, can I invite you? And then I'll turn to you, Glenda.
Yeah, just, well, real quickly, I think certainly on the immigration front, there's an issue around recognizing credentials, and I think that's an issue the Conference Board has done research in the past. So I would just highlight that again. That continues to be a challenge. So we do have people with high educational attainment, but that aren't necessarily working in their field. I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Glenda.
I think I'm just going to support what Wendy was saying, the lump of labor fallacy. So let's not fall into the idea that then it's better to tell people not to go to university. The demand is not fixed, and so having a skilled workforce will also increase the demand for skilled workers. Of course, it takes some time, so the level of overqualification is also there in the adjustment phase. But maybe another point is also that qualifications are not abstract, right? They are qualification in a specific field. And we know that overqualification is often associated to certain fields of study because perhaps career guidance could be done better so that young people understand what the prospects are in each field that they choose. And the other side, which is also for employers, also to understand that skills are portable. So that, again, what I was saying before, right? Maybe a graduate in philosophy has skills that are valuable in a job that doesn't normally hire philosophers, but there are rigidities on both sides. So there are perhaps choices not guided by labor market demand and the rigidity from employers to hire young people who would have graduated from a field that's not the typical field they hire from.
Thank you. If we can get the Slido questions back up on the screen. There we go. Terrific. Okay. The one that I have at the top here of the list is kind of near and dear to my heart as a faculty member at a university. How can we better utilize our colleges and universities to support a skills-first approach to higher education and contribute to reskilling initiatives? All right, what's the role for the higher education sector? Actually, Glenda, could I ask you to start us on this conversation?
Yes, and so one of the components of our skills first indicators that we just issued was precisely the extent to which the education system and then also the training system and career guidance system embed skills in their program. So the extent to which programs, curricula are built around learning outcomes, but also skills that speak to the skills required in the labor market. So I think the countries that do best globally tend to be countries where there's a lot of stakeholder engagement, including in determining the content of education. These are countries also where updating the content of qualifications or, at the level of initial education is faster. It takes a long time to change curricula. So there's also a value in identifying agile ways to make sure that curricula includes skills that are required on the labor market. So I think these two elements are probably important.
Having survived one or two curriculum reforms myself, I couldn't agree more. Wendy, would you like to add?
Can I get fired? No, I have tenure. Universities, and I was Vice President of Research and Innovation. Universities like to talk about innovation. They don't like to change. And so we really need to rethink what we're doing. That being said, I did a master's degree in medieval history. I wouldn't trade for anything. Most people working in universities have never worked outside of universities. So we have to recognize that if someone is teaching in an English faculty, maybe they'll do digital humanities, maybe they can add things here and there, but it's ridiculous in my view to expect them to suddenly embrace preparing their students for employment tracks. I think what we have to do is really focus on some of the skills for success. Like if you're graduating from university, you probably, even in the age of Gen AI, should be able to read, write, and do basic arithmetic or have some financial literacy or something. But and there are professional schools like engineering, business, and so on, that are nursing, that are very clearly targeting pathways to employment. But where I see the huge opportunity is in thinking of new and innovative approaches to take a history major or a philosophy grad and give them some intensive training and work-integrated learning to open up the doors to employment. And that's where I remember getting a bunch of money from the province of Ontario to develop exactly a program like that and being screamed at for half an hour by senior administrators because I was implying that arts grads did not have the skills to be employed. So we have real issues at the structural and cultural level in post-secondary. Good thing is we have some leaders who understand stuff needs to change, but it needs to change really, really quickly if we're going to survive.
Thank you. Pedro, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I mean, I could add something outside of that. I would say, obviously we're talking about the supply side here. If we talk about the university programs, I would say we need to focus on the demand side, and we do that by educating students and by informing them, or young people, and informing them about what the opportunities are, what the outcomes are, and have them kind of set the agenda that they want to be and the path that they want to take. And I do think that there is a bias on trades. I do think that, I was just talking to a young person the other day whose brother took on a trade, who he's essentially working for the public service, and he says, well, you know, I should have thought twice about this because my brother's making a lot more than I am in the role that he's got. So I think the education, and we're doing a lot of that with this, the FSC, we're doing a lot of that at the conference board with some of the metrics that we're gathering. I think this is a really important piece that there's not enough attention paid to it.
Thank you. Okay, we have a question here about, well, basically enrich the pie or grow the pie. So given the unemployment data, how do we determine whether the priority should be upskilling, reskilling versus expanding the labor pool? Pedro, why don't you start us on this one?
Well, I think both are important. Expanding the labor pool, I think there's been mistakes made in terms of what happened with immigration over the post-pandemic years and now the pushback against immigration. We need to get through this period and then resettle on an immigration rate that allows us, first of all, I think it should be more focused on the permanent stream, and it should be focused on the skills that we need and the occupations that we need to close the gaps on, and it should be steady and stable. And what we need perhaps is an immigration that drives our population growth around 1% a year, like it's been for the past 30 years prior to 23, 24, those couple of years, and that allows it's a better situation if you have slight growth rather than stagnant growth. There's more opportunity for businesses, et cetera. But of course, the other piece is the productivity piece, and we absolutely need to focus on that. I would say first and foremost, we need to encourage and be competitive on our ability to attract investment. That's a really important one. But then all of the other pieces that are going to add to the innovation side, to the skills that we're talking about, to ensuring that we are adopting and adapting to the new tech and the AI that's coming. I think that this is huge, and we've done, again, some work looking at the potential for AI. It's going to be very, very changing and disruptive, and we need to be able to adapt and reskill to that as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Wendy, I know you've made the point about having a strategy that is more inclusive of the labor pool that we have. Would you like to say more words on that?
Well, women are half the workforce, persons with disabilities now 27%, and people who identify as racialized about 25%. Cities like Toronto, half the population's born outside the country, and another 25%. I have parents who were born outside the country, and people who identify as part of the 2S LGBTQ+ community are not only growing, but so are their allies. So to me, equity, diversity, and inclusion is not about wokeness, it's about marketing 101. The population's changing, so our strategies have to change as well. But in order to do that appropriately, we need disaggregated data. And I think one of the best things the previous government did was reinstate the long-form census. Some of the work that's been done really helps us understand some of those points that I mentioned. So if you want to drive in, and Juan Marseille, who used to work for Future Skills and now leads the 7 Generations Institute, and I were talking, if you want to really address economic reconciliation for Indigenous peoples, you have to recognize what the issues really are in terms of dealing with fundamental historic problems and genocide, racism, and the impact that that has on relationships with institutions. So it's not enough to support Indigenous institutes. That's important. It's not enough for post-secondary institutions to say we support truth and reconciliation and have special programs. You've got to invest upstream. And there's just no way around that. It's going to be more expensive than helping my kid get through school. But that's because we are addressing historic inequities. And so, one of the things that I think is really problematic is the idea that attention focused on equity, diversity, and inclusion is political wokeness, whatever. We're getting a lot of spillover crap from the US, I think, on that. It is fundamental to our economic growth. It is fundamental to innovation. Immigrants are more likely to export. They have knowledge of those markets we're trying to break into. It isn't about being nice. It's about taking advantage of our competitive advantage. So I think we really need to shift the discourse, and we've had a lot of, I can only say, garbage in the media, fueled by social media influencers and so on, that we have to stand up and push back against.
I always love Wendy's straight talk. Glenda, of course, Canada isn't the only country in the world struggling with the sort of the twin demographic pressures of population aging, declining size of the workforce, but also trying to manage the sticky politics of immigration. In the work that you've looked at the OECD, how are successful countries balancing these issues in terms of investing in the skills of their labor force, but also looking at how they grow the labor force? What do you?
Yeah, I think first to go back to the question, so we had our Employment Outlook 2025 this year dedicated to aging. It came out just before the summer, and what we showed is precisely that the growth in GDP per capita, so growth in productivity, is going to slow dramatically if nothing is done, and that mobilizing the workforce is the first step. So, with this simulation, by getting, older workers to retire later, because there's still a lot of early retirement before the official retirement age, women staying longer, mobilizing other labor resources, that's still not enough. So there's an argument for that, and an argument for, as Wendy was saying, is not just to be nice to them, but it is because we need them. So there is an economic argument to get them to participate in the labor force or stay longer. And there is also an argument, though, that even this is not going to be enough. So we need to upskill them and reskill them to make sure all workers, to make sure that productivity per capita of individuals increases, and therefore we are able to go back at least to return to the levels of GDP per capita growth that we had 2 decades ago. And so that's the first point. How are countries? Well, I think countries that, most countries, I would say all OECD countries are in this situation. So there are no countries that have solved the problem. And they're all doing both things, right? So they're both trying to mobilize workforce, increasing retirement age, but not only, because retirement ages are very high already in most countries. They've already been increased. The problem is people still don't stay until the retirement age. They retire much earlier, in fact, in reality. So, for example, things like making adjustments to work, making flexible options more widespread to keep men and women in the labor market for longer, for example. So there's a lot of policies that go beyond skills, and then many are investing precisely in the skills, and all this drive towards skills first approaches is in countries that do particularly well is precisely because they feel skills should be at the center. We need to have the workforce we need to make the most of new technologies, of the green transition, or of, again, addressing demographic trends and so on. So I think they're working on both sides.
Thank you. All right, I see we only have about 3.5 minutes left, and I know the fabulous FSC team that is organizing and keeping us all on track will kill me if we go over time. So let me end this session with one quick question to each of our panelists. This will be rapid fire to each of you, and I'll go in the order that you spoke. If you had an opportunity, and we do have some policy heavy hitters in this room still, so if you had an opportunity to bend their ear and make one evidence-based recommendation that Canada could and should pursue, what would it be?
Oh boy, I have to go first?
Sorry.
Rapid fire. Let me think about this. Well, I'd go back to the immigration piece. I think we've made some mistakes there. I think we really should focus. We have a lot of lean on the temporary foreign worker program, which is in fact not temporary foreign workers for the most part. They are permanent workers that we need. So I think refocusing on the permanent side of the immigration stream, making sure that we are able to fill those jobs and positions that we have open, that we're welcoming those folks anyways. They should be allowed to be citizens if they're going to be working here.
Thank you. Glenda, you would make?
Yes. Well, I think I'm going to be boring and reiterate the point. I think put skills at the center. I think it addresses a lot of the issues, even the issue of, valorizing, recognizing the skills of migrants. We need to focus on the skills themselves, and not on who we have in front of us, how they've acquired them, where, or their experience. Just focus on skills. And from the side of governments, I think putting in place a common language for skills that's used in the education system, that's used in adult learning, I think is very important to make this focus on skills belong to everyone, including individuals, not just employers and governments and training providers.
Thank you. All right, Wendy, minute and a half, go for it.
I would say, an advertiser once said, half my money's wasted, I don't know which half. I think the thing that would help us drive transformation is if we all linked arms and embraced accountability and outcomes. That should not be a framework that is viewed as a right-wing agenda. Because in the current environment, if we don't start doing what works at scale, replicating things that produce outcomes and getting rid of the stuff that doesn't, including many predatory training programs, I could go on, we will not get where we need to do. So I think accountability and outcomes are absolutely key as we go forward, as well as vision, and how we can use technology to achieve these goals, because there are huge ways that technology can help us with skills assessment, development, and utilization, and we are nowhere near where we need to be with that.
Thank you. Thank you all. Would you join me, please, in thanking the panel? Great discussion.
Thank you so much. What a great start to the day. All right, I am standing between you and a fresh jolt of caffeine. So just a reminder, we have 20 minutes. You have one, other than getting coffee or tea or beverage of your choice, talk to someone new, okay? Introduce yourself to someone new, introduce yourself, say hello to somebody. Also, I want to tell all the people standing over here, there are some empty seats over on this side of the room. So you get to practice your French by reading French slides too. So it's a little bonus. All right, we'll see you back in 20 minutes. Good. And somebody must have heard me say, introduce yourself to 2 people. You guys are all overachievers. I knew it. I knew it. All right, I think they're clearing out the reception space. I'm going to ask you all to please take your seats. And hi, Emily. Handsy with the mic. I'm getting handsy with the mic, they tell me. All right. Okay, 2 housekeeping things before I introduce our next panel. One is reminder, after this panel, we will have a presentation en français. So if en français is not your strong suit, we have translation available, but the headsets are back over there. So I believe there will be subtitles as well, but if you'd like to, find your way over there to get a headset. And a reminder, we have a lot of people engaging on Slido. We encourage you also to open your phones, connect with Slido. You can also upvote different questions and comments, and then they'll appear on the screen for the moderators. It's a great way for us to get the participation from people here in the room as well as online. They tell me there's hundreds of people online as well with us from across the country, so that's fabulous. We do have more seats all the way over here, so you get to wander through the tables and find an empty seat. Don't worry, it's a friendly path. All right, we are going to have the next panel is going to look at some of the future skills that we've been talking about this morning and really drawing upon the knowledge and expertise that we have in our consortium. So we have a consortium of organizations that is working with the Future Skills Center. We're thrilled to have them here. I guess I get to introduce you and then you walk on. This is like, we should have like a good sound beat, but imagine the music. So moderating this panel is my colleague and dear friend, Alex Stevens, who's our Director of Programs at the Future Skills Center. We're also joined by, we're also joined by Mike Burt from the Conference Board of Canada, Karen Myers from Blueprint, Mark Patterson from Magnet, and Wendy Souquier from the Diversity Institute. Bios are all on the link tree, but they've all got great ones. So you're in for a real treat today. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you, Tricia. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back, and welcome to our session on Future Skills in Demand. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bienvenue à notre séance sur les compétences futures en demande. We're going to be taking a closer look. We've had the high-level view so far today, and now we're going to be taking a closer look at some specific skills areas that are particularly important for our economy. They're critical and increasingly important as time goes on. And there's some key skills in there, key skill sets there where we have some very significant gaps in Canada, both in terms of the attainment levels of our workforce in those skill areas, as well as the capacity of our education and training systems to deliver them at the scale that they seem to be needed. We want a resilient workforce. It's our answer to the fear that Minister Hadji talked about and the existential threat. I'm glad she used frank terms to talk about our worries in the present moment. And the skills that we're talking about are very much a response are important to responding to the challenges that we have right now. When I say a resilient workforce, I mean we want one where workers have the right skills at the right time in the right place, where they can connect with growth opportunities as long as they are able to bring a broader combination of skills that's increasingly needed, and where skills can give them the mobility and adaptability that they need to weather and thrive even in changes in the labor market that are becoming increasingly disruptive and volatile. So we're going to be focusing on three particular skill sets. We're going to be talking about soft skills. We'll be talking about digital skills, including AI-related skills, and we'll be talking a little bit about green skills as well. And why these specific skill sets? Well, our research shows, our Future Skills Center and our consortium partners and other organizations as well, that we know that soft skills are important, but what's noteworthy is that they're becoming more and more important as time goes on. And we know at the same time that there's a significant mismatch between what employers are looking for in terms of soft skills and what workers appear to be bringing to the workplace. We know AI adoption is rising. We know that, or we sense that Canadian workplaces are lagging in this area. We know that change is still unpredictable. We don't know exactly what it's going to do, what AI is going to do to our workforce. But it is possible that digital skills are potentially one limiting factor on our capacity to do things like integrate AI into our work and to adopt technology. So very much connected to what Pedro Antunes was talking about in terms of our productivity crisis. And then finally, green skills, which are more and more being embodied into existing jobs. Demand is likely to only grow, that's what we think anyway, and that irrespective of what pattern or what path we take to reduce our carbon footprint. So our panelists here are going to shed some light on these skill sets, which are more and more important than ever. But before that, I was asked by my colleagues at FSC to help set context a little bit, to get everyone on the same footing by offering some very basic definitions about these three types of skills. So it's a complex enough issue that I've been asked to make sense of some of these skills before turning it over to the people who can really help make sense of these skills. And you know, but no familiar, you've heard of these terms before. You might know them under different names. And depending on the context, and especially in terms of soft skills, they can refer to different bundles of skills that overlap and that nevertheless have refer to a common or core set of abilities. For soft skills are my simple definition here. Our simple definition is that they're generic skills that are portable and applicable across many different occupations and sectors. You might know them as social-emotional skills, essential skills, transferable skills, foundational skills, and many others. And of course, many of you are familiar with Employment and Social Development Canada's Skills for Success framework. Examples include collaboration and teamwork, emotional intelligence, communication, problem solving, positive attitudes, adaptability, creativity, innovation, et cetera, et cetera. That's not the complete list, and like I said, they're bundled in different definitions of soft skills, but all pointing to the same thing. In terms of digital skills, again, very simple definition. At the simplest level, these are the technical skills you need to operate computers. And as Wendy was pointing out in her digital skills framework that she just presented, there are very varying levels of mastery, everything from operating software like Microsoft Office to more advanced digital skills. And we've begun to think of digital literacy in much the same way as we've traditionally viewed the role of basic literacy or numeracy. So it has arrived at that kind of level. We think about it in the same terms as we've traditionally thought about literacy. And finally, green skills are the skills related to the promotion and implementation of environmentally sustainable practices that we need for the transition to a low-carbon economy. So those also range from foundational to advanced competencies. And they include things, and again, it's not an exhaustive list, but they include things like understanding the applications of concepts like climate change, environmental policies and guidelines, sustainable value chains, energy and waste management, and carbon footprint accounting. Now, all these skills are obviously interdependent and mutually reinforcing, and all interacting in different ways with technical job-specific skills, and we'll be getting into that a little bit during our session today. So we're going to be exploring these skill sets and look at what they are, where the critical gaps may exist here in Canada, and why building systems that can effectively help workers to acquire these skills is so important in responding to our immediate challenges and long-term goals as a country. So to do this, we've brought together thought leaders from FSC's consortium. We've got Dr. Wendy Souquet, who is a professor of entrepreneurship and innovation and the founder and academic director of the Diversity Institute at Toronto Metropolitan University. We have Mark Patterson. I'm going from my right to the left here. Mark Patterson, who's creator and executive director of Magnet, also based out of Toronto Metropolitan University. He and his team focus on how technology and digital tools can connect people to opportunities and drive workforce innovation. I've got Karen Myers, president and CEO of Blueprint, who specializes in research and evaluation and turning evidence into practical solutions to drive better skills and workforce policy. And finally here, Michael Burt, Vice President of the Conference Board of Canada, who leads research on Canada's economy, skills, and labor market trends, among other things. So I'm just going to move over here now. So the format, very quickly for our session here, is I've got a few questions I'm going to ask for our panelists to start off with. Each will have about 5 minutes to have their opening remarks. We're going to keep the conversation engaging and entertaining and interesting and the timekeeping brutal. We are going to start with, I'm going to start with Wendy. I'm just going to find my notes here. So we're going to start with Wendy. So we're talking about soft skills, green skills, and digital and AI-related skills. And maybe we can start about talking about why they're important to employers. So do you want to lead us off on that, Wendy, and then we'll go down the line here, and then we'll come back to some of the issues or themes that you're raising.
Sure, and I think some of the key points were raised previously around how important it is to differentiate between occupations and professions versus skills versus tools, for instance, and how credentials don't necessarily relate to skills. We need to address that. But from my point of view, I think the starting point, and this goes back as well to the idea that we need a combination and variety and diversity in the workforce. I actually think the ESDC Skills for Success framework remains pretty powerful as a starting point at least. And of course we can tweak some things in it, but I'll just, how many people in the room work with the Skills for Success framework? So some, but not all. So just to remind folks of how that, it's been around for a long time. It used to be essential skills, but the reading, writing, arithmetic piece, which is something that is fairly tangible and measurable, and we know that from PIAC and so on. So those basic skills are things that most people need in most jobs. The level of literacy that they may need, the level of communication skills may vary, but I think we can mostly agree that most jobs require people who can read and can write and can add, subtract, and so on. So to me, that's fairly foundational. And then we've got digital skills, and I think that one of the things we might want to think about is, is digital enough? Because as you mentioned, green skills are becoming increasingly important. There are different priorities, but, as the world is burning, I think most people would recognize that we need to take environmental issues seriously. So I'd kind of put them in the same category where, and I mentioned this earlier, where we're talking about a basic level of green literacy, like everybody has a part to play, needs to know basic stuff. In the same way with digital literacy, everyone needs to understand basic tools, and increasingly AI factors into that. But then there are specialized deep green skills, deep digital skills. There are occupational specific skills. If you're a tool and die maker, there's different digital technology skills you need, a writer. And then there's the skills in between to how you match the technology to the applications. And that's where knowledge of the technology is necessary but insufficient. Right? Because driving adoption means you need to understand the technology, but you need to understand how organizations operate. You have to understand human behavior. You have to understand how the technology will actually help achieve goals. So I think we have to be more nuanced in our discussion of digital skills and recognize that digital skills alone are insufficient to drive change. And then you mentioned soft skills, just for the record. I hate that term because the soft skills are actually hard. I say that from experience. And there we're talking about things like communication and collaboration, and you'll see increasingly those factor in every kind of job, and someone might say, well, a plumber has to fix the pipes, but plumbers have to work with clients. Very often they're managing businesses. Very often they have to navigate digital tools as well. So there's almost no occupation, I would argue, where someone is working entirely on their own and doesn't need some measure of collaboration and communication skills, although again, the depth varies with the area. Problem solving used to be critical thinking. I think more important than ever before, but it's an area that's hard to measure and hard to, there are critical thinking tests. I administer them all the time to the students, but how do you actually improve people's critical skills or problem solving skills? You can only do it in context, right? It's not something academic, it's something experiential. And then the other skills, and again, I think in the current environment, these should be at the center. And those are the skills around creativity and adaptability, which are core to entrepreneurship and innovation. So I actually think that framework is incredibly powerful, whether you want to be a doctor, a plumber, or a writer. It's just a matter of the level at which you need the different categories of skills. And then, of course, we have to recognize sectoral differences. So, there's lots of work being done on occupational language training, for instance, for newcomers. So I would say that's a good place to start. And I would also say I can't think of a single job that you can do with one or two of those skills and none of the others.
Sure. Thanks, Wendy. I'm looking at the Slido questions that are coming in and see someone agrees with you already. Does soft skills undersell their importance? So we're going to start calling them hard skills, formerly known as soft skills now. I'm going to turn it over to Mike from the Conference Board. The Conference Board has, of course, done a lot of research on skills and in particular soft skills as well. Can you talk a little bit about the evidence that we have about the gaps between soft skills Canadians currently have and the ones that employers are looking for? And if we can dig in a little further, are there particular sectors or occupation where these skills are more important than others or where the gaps are more acute?
Well, I think I can already touch on a couple of the themes here. We actually, in our research, refer to them as social and emotional skills rather than soft skills because we do think there's more to it than soft does imply. But broadly, I'll say, certainly agree with Wendy, every single job requires them to some degree. Obviously, it varies depending on the role, but they underlie so many things. And this is important because when you think about they're critical in people transitioning from one role to another. If you have low soft skills, it's hard for you to move around, basically. An example of that would be during career progression, someone moving into more senior roles from entry-level roles. If they're not getting the opportunity to develop or demonstrate those skills over the course of their career, they're likely to plateau. They're not going to move into those management roles. Typically speaking, more senior roles, management roles require higher levels of social and emotional skills or soft skills. Another example would be when we see disruptions to the labor market, someone loses their job for technology or just a general layoff. Generally speaking, people who have high social and emotional skills have more resilience. They're better able to move from one role to another. They have more options open to them. And so it's an important aspect there as well. And it's also important when you talk about technology adoption. A good example of that would be AI. To use AI effectively, you need judgment, you need critical thinking. And so those are social and emotional skills. And so you need to have those skills if you're going to use technology appropriately and accurately. So you add this all up, and what do we see? Well, we look at where there are gaps in the labor market. Some of the recent research we did, roughly 1/3 of the lost economic value in Canada that comes from skills gaps is tied to social and emotional skills. And 3 of the top 5 skills where there's gaps are social and emotional skills, critical thinking being one of them, active listening being another. So employers want these skills. What are they doing about it? And this is where it gets really interesting. When you talk to employers, they generally say, I know how to train people to use a tool or a technology. I don't know how to train people to have critical thinking skills, to use Wendy's example. And so they really struggle with assessing these skills when they're hiring people in their current workforce. They really struggle with training people for this. They try to hire for it when they're out recruiting. But again, they really struggle with measuring that when somebody's looking for a job. And when you look at the education system, because if people aren't necessarily getting this while they're working, or at least not formally getting it while they're working, maybe they're picking it up indirectly. What are we doing in the post-secondary system? And same sort of thing, you look at the programs, and the majority of them don't deliberately try to instill social and emotional skills in their students. Some of them do, but not all of them. In fact, the majority of them don't. And so if we're not, we're kind of in this situation where we recognize they're important. We really struggle to figure out how to assess them. We really struggle to figure out how to develop them. And individuals as workers, it's really left up to you to figure out, how do I do this? Is it through the social interactions I have? Is it through mentoring that I might pick up from indirectly at different ways? It's not. We don't have a good system yet for developing these skills. So.
Thanks, and you certainly pointed to we're really getting into the intricacies of all these skill sets. And it certainly raises questions not only about supply of skills, but also how they're assessed in the workplace, how they're recognized, how they're valued as well. So there's many layers to our discussion here. I'm going to turn it over to Mark Patterson from Magnet. Mark, Magnet's been running executive boot camps on artificial intelligence. So I'm wondering if you can tell us what specific digital skills Canadians need to be future-proof, and how can we keep workers up to date given how fast the technology is changing? What's Magnet's experience been with this, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, so maybe I'll start with, you may have noticed the question said, what specific digital skills will Canadians need to be future-proof? So my job was to give you guys a list of what you could go study today to make yourselves future-proof. I'm here to tell you there is none. There is no skill that you can go study today that will make you future-proof. What we need to, it was on the screen earlier, is create a culture where we have a growth mindset, an entrepreneurial mindset, adaptability, critical thinking, and curiosity. So you're picking up a theme here. We're talking a lot about the human skills, the soft skills, the socio-emotional skills. There are technical skills you could go and study today, and they will ladder up to other skills that will emerge. But there is no skill today that will teach you or make you future-proof. We need to change the mindsets where I find, and having counseled or coached thousands of post-secondary students, I find a lot of people will come to me and say, you know, I want to do my master's, and I'll say, why? And they'll say, well, it will get me this job. No, you should be thinking about it will teach you how to learn in a certain way. It will build your skills. It will enable you to learn. It's not a checkbox that's going to just automatically give you a job. And so I think we have a lot of work to do on changing the mindset. We've talked a lot this morning. You know, I was thinking a lot about, kind of woke up in the middle of the night thinking about this panel. But I was thinking a lot about, you know, what would I tell myself when I was 18, knowing what I know now, what would I tell myself? And I kind of did just a couple of notes because I think it's relevant. I would learn the math, the code, and the compute behind AI. I would understand the intersection of how energy, data, and algorithms connect and how they can impact a problem or domain that I'm passionate about. I would then focus on what machines can only simulate or approximate, which is building trust, exercising judgment, and leading with integrity. And then become comfortable with being uncomfortable. Change, adaptability. That is the new reality. It is not, we've been talking about lifelong learning for a long time, but we have not embraced it. And we are not teaching it. And we are all looking for the quick fix or the quick pill that is going to make us future-proof. There is none. So I would learn deeply. I would build things that matter. I would work with people that I trust and that trust me. And when I look around this room, I was commenting earlier, I think there's somebody at every single table in this room that I know and have seen projects you're all working on, and it gives me hope because I think what we all need to do is come together, work together and collaborate and get over ourselves and our own organization and the competition that we have between each other and think about the future. In my opinion, we're going to go through a fairly disruptive period of time, but there's a lot of hope and opportunity as well. You asked me in the discussions across the country, what I'm seeing is what we've been hearing since the beginning is people are both afraid and excited, all at the same time, depending on what your perspective is. They want a pathway. The pathway is getting involved in what you can do now. You know, if I maybe was better at building things or whatever, I would go into the trades. But it's not an either or. We shouldn't be like, I'm so tired, I'm just gonna say it, of like Now college is saying, ooh, now we have the upper hand on universities, you know, skilled trades, or whatever. We need both. We need to work together. We have lots of challenges. AI is a part of it, but we have other challenges. But AI is going to change every single job in every single sector, including the skilled trades. We actually should be teaching AI literacy to skilled trades now, because it will have that impact. I think the other thing, the only last thing I'll mention, is our intuition is all wrong. Like the speed of change, right? So we talked, anybody think things are changing quickly right now? Right? I guarantee you, all of us, including me, we're underestimating it. And if you can put politics and any other thoughts aside for a moment, the crypto and AI czar that's advising the Trump administration about 6 months ago, he said, people can't wrap their heads around, I'm paraphrasing, people can't wrap their heads around this, but AI will be 1,000,000 times more powerful by the end of the Trump administration than it is today. What does more powerful mean? You can come see me at the break, we could talk about it. But the advancements in algorithms, the advancements in the actual GPUs or chips, and the build out of the data centers, and it's on track. If you're tracking, there are data centers being built just by one company. Meta's building one in Ohio that's 56 square kilometers, has 1.3 million GPUs, and they trained GPT-4 on 25,000 GPUs. People are not aware of what's happening. They're not linked in, and I don't think the problem is, yes, AI will cause disruption, but it will be a failure of collaboration and leadership that we should blame, not the AI. Anyway, I'll end it there.
Well, thanks. I sense that you had more to say, and we'll see if we can come back to it. Thanks for that, Mark. It's great to hear someone bring back lifelong learning as an idea. 10, 15 years ago, it seemed that's all we were talking about, and we thought that was the way of the future. And over that time, we seem to have lost sight of the idea of lifelong learning. So I want to move on now to Karen finally here. And we want to talk a little bit about Blueprint's work and what specifically you've learned about how to assess and build the types of skills that we've been talking about. And going back again to the ever-important question of gaps, what are your thoughts about which gaps need to be addressed the most urgently?
Okay, so I'm going to address this question. I'm going to talk about some of the work that we're doing with many training providers. Several of you are in the room, but I'm also going to talk about a US study that just came out, and I'm going to do so because it really sets the stage for why all of this is important. So there is a US study that just came out in Nature, it's 2025, and it is a massive study that looked at 70 million job transitions through 20 million resumes with 1,000 different occupations. And it provides really robust evidence of something that I think all of us have already been saying on the stage and said earlier today, that people with, and I'm going to call them foundational skills, not soft skills, because I think that really shows the role that they play. So what this study showed is that people with stronger foundational skills, not only do they earn more, they also advance, go further in their careers, and they are better able to adapt to change. So, and you know, I think this is what you said, Mark, really as things become more digital, skills become more human. And we have some good news in terms of the work that we've been doing here in Canada, thanks to investments from the Future Skills Centre and many of you in this room. We're getting a better understanding of how to build foundational skills for people that are facing labor market barriers. So Blueprint is working with a number of organizations that include foundational skills training, some of it's standalone training, some of it's integrated into technical skills training. I'm going to highlight one example here today, and this is a program called In Motion in Momentum. It's designed by the Canadian Career Development Foundation. Serena and Donnelly, I see you here in the room. This is a groundbreaking program, and it has a really, simply put, an employability skills training program for people who are facing employment barriers, but it's not an ordinary program. It has a really unique, maybe call it action learning kind of approach to building skills. And we are in the process of evaluating this program. We're using a random control trial design. So what this means is we're comparing outcomes for people who participate in the program to individuals with similar characteristics but who don't participate in the program. And what we're seeing is that people who participate in Motion in Momentum make gains in some really important foundational skills. So gains in a sense of employment hope, motivation, self-efficacy, problem solving, and emotional intelligence. And these gains are actually associated with employment outcomes. So it is really, I think, such an important breakthrough to be building this evidence around how to create gains in foundational skills and do so in a way that is actually recognized by employers. So what is interesting, and I think this is something, Mike, that you said, is that foundational skills matter not just for getting employment, but also how people advance and people's resilience to and ability to adapt to change. And I think this has some pretty significant implications as a country for how we think about how to upskill and reskill people who are already working. And I think this is where things get challenging. Because people learn technical skills better if they have stronger foundational skills. And when we go about to do reskilling, many people have not done very much learning in the last while and may have gaps in their foundational skills. But yet when we go to do reskilling, these programs often don't actually include any foundational skills training in them. And part of that's because we're trying to move fast, right? And rightfully so. We want to help people who are mid-career workers get the new skills they need as fast as possible. Speed is important. But I think this creates some challenges and may be part of why we're really still learning what works to do reskilling, right? The results tend not to be as strong in reskilling programs as they do in earlier career employment programs. And so I think one of the things we need to think more closely about is how do we build in some of those foundational skills? How do we ensure that we're doing things that foster people's networks, sense of professional identity? How do we build that into the training? And that can help us with, I think, a pretty important Canadian statistic. There's a study by Renee Morissette, who is a researcher at Statistics Canada. He and his colleagues found that in Canada, 6 out of 7 workers who have been laid off and who fall in that 30 to 50 roughly age category actually do nothing in their first year. So they do not take training, they do not move for employment, and they do not restart a new job. So this is alarming. This is something that we really need to change. And so thinking about what kinds of training programs, I think thinking about the role that those foundational skills can play may be a way to help us think about how we can start to close that gap. And I think just some important considerations for how we do reskilling in Canada.
We're going to talk a little bit about the how that you just mentioned. I would like to mention we've got, Karen mentioned people, Don Lee and and Serena from the Canadian Career Development Foundation, who run the In Motion Momentum program. We have many other partners of ours here today, and so as you circulate around and get to meet people, by all means, come and hear about some of the programs that we're supporting across the country. Thanks for that, Karen. I think you pointed, and we've coming back to this a few times about how foundational skills or whatever you want to call them are interdependent with other skill sets, and it's not, you can't just train one set of skills with another, and I think that's something that most people, I don't think it occurs to them. So it's an important thing to talk about in planning. So we're going to do another quick round of questions. Maybe I'll give people a couple of minutes just for a quick take, and it's a really easy question. So where should we be investing today to ensure the right skills are available where and when they're needed by workers and learners, by employers, and by our country? So you have 2 minutes each to solve all of our skill problems in Canada here. So this is a little bit more about the how do we do this. Who wants to go first? Who can, or I'll pick on someone first.
I can go first. I'll be quick. At Magnet, we think a lot. So we have a fair number of projects that we've worked on and over the years. But we have two main kind of categories that we think about things. So work integrated learning is a big part of the work we do, but also the flip side, learning integrated work. And I think it's programs around those two components, and we could get into a lot of detail, but that would take more than 2 minutes. But I think that's where we should be investing. We've certainly seen significant impacts and evidence of the student work placement program and helping students transition. I think with youth unemployment and so on now, that's a really important program, and there are many delivery partners here for post-secondary. But I think the learnings, and this was mentioned already, the learnings we have from work integrated learning also apply outside of post-secondary. It can be applied more broadly, and also we can bring more learning into work. And how we do that, well, I'm sure there'll be lots of pilots to test and evaluate and see what works.
Great. Does anyone else want to take on this question?
Thank you. I'll jump in. Maybe I'll touch on a theme that's popped up already several times today, and that's resilience. Like, I think, I'm in the forecasting business, but I think I'll agree with Mark in saying the only constant is change, right? And so how do you address that? That's through building resilience. And we've talked already about lifelong learning today, Karen, your remarks, people, if 20 years since you were in the formal education system, some of those skills probably have atrophied over that period of time, right? And so how do you make sure you keep those up over the course of your career? So I think that's part of it for people who are mid-career. For people who are actively in the formal education system, a big part of that is about understanding what should I be taking and how do I communicate what I'm learning to employers, right? We've talked a lot today already about the gaps in the construction and health sector. And I mean, one of the stats I'd like to quote is we need to double the number of nurses we're graduating every year in Canada right now to close the gap that exists in that particular profession, right? So lots of things we can do, and how do we make sure people know that those opportunities are there and help them find those opportunities. In the education system itself, I think it's about speed. If it takes you 5 years to change a program, probably the changes you're making are now irrelevant, right? So how do you adapt much more quickly to what you're seeing in the workforce? And on the employer side, it's about looking beyond the usual suspects. We talk about this in different ways, but it's sometimes it's about not putting barriers into how your recruitment process. I'm only looking for people with this particular credential or this particular profile. Maybe people who have a different background may be able to meet your needs. Sometimes it's how you advertise the job. There's lots of different things you can do, but taking a little bit different approach to how you look for people, I think can really lead to some good outcomes. So I think all the players in the ecosystem have a role in this.
There's a whole question about how do we get all of the actors who need to be involved working together. That's part of this as well, of course. Maybe Karen, your organization is very deeply involved in in studying what works and evaluating and harvesting insights from specific interventions in this area. I'm just wondering what your answer to the same question would be from some perspective of Blueprint that's working very much on the ground with partners on these questions.
So I would say a couple of things. Like, I think we are really building a much better sense of, say, when the Future Skills Center first launched to now around what works. So, and it's really, really important to be building on that. So part of that is, I think we've got to start moving from project-funded training, which is very, very draining, and it takes a lot of expertise to build a good training program, to really understand what employers need, to build those industry relationships. These things happen over periods of years, so we can't start something up and shut it down in 6 months. That just doesn't work. That is not a good use of our time or money. So thinking about what we actually need in terms of infrastructure, right? And thinking about how we can stay agile, but we've got to start building infrastructure in Canada related to skills. So I think that is really, really important. We've got to pay special attention to people who are already in the labor market. The way we do it now, waiting until people are unemployed, that is both financially and psychologically expensive approach to do it. So we've got to be much more proactive. And as part of that, I think we really need to shift from thinking about inputs, activities, and outputs to thinking about outcomes, impacts, and value for money. That is absolutely essential given the size of the challenge that we are facing, our fiscal constraints. We've really got to focus on how we can generate value in the economy and do so in a way that ensures no one is left behind. I think we know what to do. We've just got to put it all together and put it into practice. I also just say, I really agree with Wendy. The Skills for Success framework is brilliant, right? If you think about all the skills that we're talking about here today, they're all captured in the Skills for Success framework. It's something we could be making much more use of. And I think it would help us build our evidence base if we had more consistent skills frameworks as well too. So I think there are a number of features that we want to, as we start thinking about building infrastructure, that we want to pay close attention to. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Karen. Wendy, do you want to take a shot at this question as well?
I guess Michael sort of talked about what I would talk about, which is taking a systems approach and recognizing that we need to ensure that the whole is more than the sum of the parts. And also Karen's point about outcomes and Mark's about working together. But what I would argue is that during COVID, we all, as a country, as individuals, and as organizations, did things in days or weeks that no one thought possible, right? And that includes post-secondary institutions, which, as I said, are not often very fast. Then we slid back to the old ways. You know, and whatever you think about the return to work mandates, I happen to think that there are advantages and disadvantages to having workplace flexibility for women, for persons with disabilities, and so on, but you need the accountability frameworks to ensure that they work well. But if we could just commit to driving change in a serious and meaningful way, and line up the tools and levers we have. So there is huge fragmentation, there is duplication, our language training is shameful. I'm sorry, you know, it was the Auditor General in Ontario who said you'd learn more English driving cab than sitting through some of these programs. It's terrible. There are predatory programs where they take doctors and tell them they're going to help them enter the healthcare system and put them in personal support work programs. It's terrible. It's appalling. We have to commit to outcomes, as Karen said, but all of the organizations involved who are funding and supporting these programs have to incentivize responsible behavior, collaboration, and if someone has a good package for AI literacy, we don't need 750 variants, right? We should be replicating and scaling things that work. So I really think we've got a lot of infrastructure. Of course, it can be augmented, but the pieces are not working well together. And people can argue federal, provincial relationships, can't do this, can't do that. But we saw during COVID, we did lots of stuff no one thought we could do. And I think we need to recognize the crisis we're facing now is that on steroids. And we really, really need leadership. And we need to use the tools at our disposal to drive change fast and responsibly.
Thanks, Wendy, and thanks for reminding us of the urgency with which we need to deal with some of these issues. That's kind of the end of my questions. We've got some questions from the audience. I'm going to pick a few of these here, and maybe one or two of you can respond to them. You can also feel free to jump in on each other if you want to add anything. Well, don't cut in on each other, but if you want to add something to what one of your colleagues has said, please do so. And feel free to turn these questions on their head as well. So here's the first one. Recognizing that many of the jobs and careers of the near future don't exist yet, how can schools, governments, and employers plan for the required skills? Who wants to take a shot at that question? Is it the right question?
I think, again, I would just go back to we need to be imbuing all of our programs with the adaptability, the resilience, mindsets, because we can't predict what will even be 2 years out, to be honest, right now. So I think, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be studying. I use the example of, for example, coding. One could argue, and we're crossing the threshold right now where generative AI is coding better than the top human coders in the world, but it's still a medium through which you learn, right? And coding is still valuable, and you'll still need to have those deep technical skills and domain expertise to drive change in an organization. I think that's where, for the next decade, there's going to be an absolute massive amount of opportunity is at the intersection of domains and kind of deeper technical expertise to solve complex problems. But again, our system should be saying you're not going to take this training and then you're done, right? It should be setting up that this is a constant, ongoing. You will be pivoting in your career every 12 months, if not more. You'll need to be learning new skills. It is the new reality, which is why I kind of go back to, work integrated learning and learning integrated work. For an organization to be adaptive, so not just an individual, but for an organization to be adaptive, they are going to have to embrace that, or we have a problem at the organizational level. We won't be competitive. So there's a lot of things we could talk about in that area, but I don't think we're going to sit down and say, we all want to have that exact answer, right? Train for this, do this, and we'll all be set. But that's not the reality. We need to build adaptability.
I would just echo that. I don't think there's another way to think about it. We have to really foster those foundational skills, the analytical skills, the critical thinking skills, the problem-solving skills, right? And the research evidence shows this. These are the foundational skills that help people develop technical skills. So we put those in place, and then set that intention that we're going to need to update our technical skills. There's no other way around it. And then we need to make learning a whole lot easier, right? And make sure that people can access opportunities to update technical skills without it taking 4-year degrees.
Just super quickly, and then but the technology that's driving this disruption will also need to be part of the solution. And for anybody we've been spending a lot of time looking at technologies that are emerging around AI mentorship and so on, and there are concerns, to be clear, right, how these tools are designed and deployed and so on. But it's absolutely incredible, like the promise, I won't go into detail, but the promise of completely personalized learning that not only contextualizes your learning to you, but also adapts it to your cognitive ability is incredible. And if you haven't seen that, you can come talk to me, but there are a lot of emerging things that are incredibly exciting. But what I worry about is, again, our systems. We're not studying a lot of these tools. It's hard to find an RCT trial on AI. If you have any, let me know, but on AI mentoring and learning in Canada or the US or a Western country. There's a lot in emerging economies, but we're not really studying that. Why? Is our system resistant? What's happening, right? So.
Well, we've got questions rolling in here at the last moment. We've only got a few minutes left, unfortunately. I think I'm going to turn it over to, well, whoever wants to answer this. Maybe, I think, Wendy, maybe you can lead us off on this. Someone is asking about Indigenous approaches to education, and they say that Indigenous approaches to education actively and intentionally build social emotional skills. Is anyone looking to learn from those approaches and how they apply more broadly?
I think it's really important, and it's something that comes out when we look at leadership issues. For example, one of the reasons Indigenous people are underrepresented in leadership roles in mainstream organizations for a whole variety of reasons, which I've already talked about. But work we did with the Canadian Council of Indigenous Business showed that a lot of them self-select out because the styles of interaction, communication are exploitive and colonial and inconsistent with their values. And it's not that all Indigenous peoples are the same, but I think Indigenous ways of learning, Indigenous ways of being are really important to think about when we're looking at skills and training, and they're certainly transferable. The thing that I really wanted to just sneak out before we get kicked off the stage is we've talked a lot about skills, and skills can be measured, defined, and so on, and I would vaguely call that human capital. One of my colleagues, who's an engineer, said accomplishment equals talent, which is kind of skills, plus opportunity, plus resources. And I think it is so incredibly important just to underscore that we can't ignore social capital and the role that it plays, as well as financial capital. You know, my little princess had an 89% average graduating high school, got to go where she wanted to go to university. 2 parents with advanced degrees, all the money she needed, didn't have to work, place to live, and so on. I met a kid not long ago who had 84%. Single mother, homeless, lived in a shelter, took 3 buses to get to school every day, no post-secondary folks in her family, and yet she managed to get through. If you're trying to assess or compare those 2 kids, who's got the most talent? And I adore my daughter, but we don't take into account how social capital, opportunity, and so on often obscure ability. And so, as committed as I am to really pushing the skills agenda, we have to recognize that there are a lot of other things that go into engaging people in the very educational process, building the confidence and the resilience to even think of themselves in certain roles and succeed. And we can't lose sight of those things.
Thanks, Woody. I think we heard some Oscars-type walk-off music there just now. So, and indeed, we are unfortunately at the end of our session. It would have been good to spend hours on this because we can get further and further into this. But I wanted to thank our panelists again for helping us to understand how critical these types of skills are in the present moment, and how challenging it is really to find ways to actually instill these skills and transfer these skills and teach these people skills in the way that our employment systems are set up, the way our education systems are set up. So there's daunting challenges ahead, but hopefully you've drawn some insights from our panelists today. So I wanted to thank one more time Wendy Souquier, Mark Patterson, Karen Myers, and Mike Burt for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very much.
You know, I've been working with most of these folks for almost 5 years, and I learned new things in that panel, so thank you. Lifelong learning, that was awesome. So we're going to transition now. Oh, they're taking a picture, yes. Well, they take a picture. You know, they got to smile at you guys. You all look great. Get me out of the crop me out. We are going to transition into looking at the first of 2 case spotlights. And you've already heard us sprinkle some examples of some of the projects we funded and pilots, and also some indication that we're starting to have some sense of what works. This isn't that we're not at the same point we were 6-7 years ago. So we're going to feature 2 case spotlights today. The sessions are designed to inspire and inform you through short, high-impact stories that show how practical, scalable solutions are already making a difference in Canada's workforce. So we're going to showcase real-world collaborations and innovations that address persistent skills gaps and demonstrate how these can be scaled for greater impact. So we're going to have Régent Roy join us, and just a reminder, this session is going to be in French. So, j'ai le plaisir de présenter notre premier conférencier, Régent Roy, directeur de la formation et de la mobilisation des connaissances à Ivado, un partenaire de CCF dans l'avancement des compétences en intelligence artificielle. So, merci beaucoup, Régent. Bienvenue.
So, thank you, Régent. Welcome here, and the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. Again, my presentation will be given in French. It is a presentation on the topic of AI and changes made by AI in the employment world. So I'll start with a quote from Jeffrey Hinton. As you might know, he's the father of AI, with Yoshua Benjoy and a few others. Jeffrey Hinton said so long ago, well, there's something not working here. All right. So not so long ago, let's start over. Not so long ago, Jeffrey Hinton was declaring with all the advancement in AI, prepare yourselves to become plumber. So it was not the first time that Hinton talked about AI in work, the employment world, labor market, and Hinton was saying, if you're a radiologist, think about switching jobs. And he also said we should stop training radiologists. And then Hinton was mistaken in 2016. The amount of radiologists will increase in the coming years. It should increase 25 to 40% by 2050. And he also was probably mistaken when he told us all to become plumber, because what we need to understand, and what you probably know, is when we're doing a job, what we do is we create numbers of tasks. series of tasks. So it is true whether you're working as an administrative officer or you're professional or you were doing a series of tasks that can be automated with AI. In some cases, we're doing tasks that you can do more efficiently with AI. And in other cases, well, AI won't have much impact on the way we will accomplish these tasks. In red, we can see tasks that can be automated, that can get automated through AI. In blue, we can see tasks where AI can serve as a levy, and in gray, those are tasks that will be done manually or pretty much as they are done today with AI or not. So the fact that AI will have obviously impact on automation, and it can serve as a levy, and sometimes it won't be a determining factor, but it means the effects of generative AI on employment, there will be jobs disappearing in all the Americas. We can say that there's about 140 million employment from a study from the labor organization, International Labor Organization. There will be over these jobs, there will be, you can see in red here, those are the jobs that will be eliminated because AI will be used to automate some works that are done by workers, some tasks. And then in yellow and light blue, it means that AI will certainly modify the way the workers are doing their jobs. So Inton was probably wrong, but it doesn't mean there won't be a lot of workers that will go unemployed in the Americas or developing countries. Or so we say, thing in Canada, it could be about 1 million employees in Canada will be affected by the rise of AI, and about 5 to 6 millions will be also affected by AI because it can transform and modify the way they do their job traditionally. What this means, we have quite a big challenge ahead of us. We will have to train a lot of people. And this challenge will have to be met quickly. As you may probably know, that it took about 5 decades to truly take advantage of the benefits of electricity, from when electricity was first created at the end of the 19th century and until it got used in the by manufacturers. It took about 50 years to take really full power of it. We had to review the way that all the manufacturers will work. All the plants, they used to work with steam and electricity. They had to review all the processes. They had to know how to would train the employees, and now they would hire them. Also, they had to change the whole organization. It took about 50 years, as I said, 5 decades. Again, we don't have 5 decades to adapt to the rise of AI. We have to work much faster than that. The different thing we need to work on here, we'll have to think about the way AI will change the work and the work that is done by the workers, the way they work, and so on. There are studies that have been made by the FSC. They have supported a study on the impact of AI on the workers of Quebec. This kind of study, we'll have to do a larger amount of it, and we'll have to fasten the pace of doing these studies to understand truly the way AI will affect the jobs of young workers. If they don't have internship, for instance, the young workers are struggling and they won't get skills, and so they would need to become more skilled. So we have to think about this. We also have to reassess strategies, practices, rules, and processes related to work and HR management. It is quite a monumental component here if we want to introduce AI in the health sector, and there will be great benefits to it. Imagine the amount of rules and the amount of processes we'll have to transform. We'll have to transform the relationship between nurse and doctors, and the place where nurses will be able to make diagnosis. And so big file here we have. We'll have to help workers affected by the rise of AI, but not threatened by automation. Use AI as a lever. We'll have to support people threatened by AI and automation, acquiring new skills and transitioning to new jobs. If I go, we along with the FSC, we're supporting projects at creating online classes to train experts in the deep learning, in automated learning. The idea was to bring knowledge to people who have some basic skills, engineers or mathematicians, computer engineer, to give them the knowledge to become true specialists in deep learning and AI. That was a project that was led with the support of the FSC, and that allowed us to train about 100 workers that can now work in the AI field. But the most important here is to help these workers that will be affected by the rise of AI, that have to acquire new skills, new knowledge, new know-hows, the way to use AI in the most efficient way. I'll take a sip of water. So it is quite a lot of work there, and we started with Evago and with the FSC. We work on that challenge, but the main challenge also is to do it at a larger scale. Evago, if we're a small team, we're not that many people in training. We're receiving a lot of calls from organizations that want to be trained to AI, with AI. They want to train the workers to AI, so we train them pretty much 10 workers at a time, 15 the other day, and then 26 the other day, and so on. So it's quite tailored, but they will be there until in 50 years. We need to find a way to speed up. And this is what we're trying to do by focusing on online learning, also betting on where we train the people that can then train again the people that will train other people, and so on. For instance, in the higher education sector, it's kind of hard to find the right resources to train workers of a specific sector or the student of a given sector to AI. To train a chemist on AI, it's not easy. There's no teacher that knows AI so much. Their resources are scattered. So we set in place a program. Those are students that know about AI that will train then other students in order for them to gather the skills in AI learning, and then they can pass down these knowledge to other students in chemistry and AI. So those are the kind of models we're trying to implement. It's not easy, but this is what we think will pay on the long run. One of the projects we started with the support of the FSC is a project we're doing in collaboration with a school, HSC Montreal, research center, so Tech Tree Lab, HEC Montreal, and we're working with them with the FSC to make videos on AI and the efficient and use of AI. Videos that all the professional orders that you can see here, the Bar of Quebec and Engineers Canada and so on, they can then use it to train their professionals under their organization and their order, and then can be used by the professionals to train other professionals or workers they are in touch with. You can see here the trickling down effect. You can see the Engineers Canada, the accountant, and we created these videos that will then train them on AI, and then they can reuse these videos and train people in their own organization. The videos we're talking about, it's about 40 videos. It will be available by the end of November, beginning of December, in French, in English, and they are about 3 hours long. These videos won't change the world. It's just the beginning of a long transformation we're trying to make. We're sure that this kind of model will allow us to go from training 5 people on Monday, 14 on Tuesday, to up to we can train 500,000 in a trunk fashion in a few coming months. And then our intent is to expand to other fields, other professional groups, for instance, health workers, education workers, so that all the professionals of Quebec and Canada, because know how to use AI in an efficient fashion and responsible fashion. So I have about 3 minutes left. I was faster than I thought. So I'll go back here. I want to focus, and this might be a data you already know about. Their economists shown that for every dollar spent to acquire a technology, we need to should expect to invest about 10 to get as much benefit as possible from that technology. For instance, we'll have to do socio-organizational change to pull out the best of technology. Canada spent hundreds of millions of dollars to become a leader in development of AI development, to develop services. We are well classified in research. We're well ranked in marketing. Could be better, but we're still good, doing good. If you remember this little ratio, I told you $1 spent, we should think about investing 10. So we'll have to spend much more than what we've invested so far to make Canada a true leader in AI adoption. We're kind of trying to catch back the leaders already. If we compare to the US, we're not using as much AI as they do. We'll have to implement such models as what we've established and with the support of what we did with the support of the Future Skills Center. And we'll have to implement such models and not to be always discussing here in this room about 50 years. Thanks a lot.
Inspiring to see what Ivado has accomplished in such a short period of time and bringing so many different people and organizations together. We're really thrilled. So on the note of what Réjean was just mentioning, and also the themes highlighted by this panel, I want to point out that there's 2 booths set up, and we chose these 2 very intentionally. Both are related to the skilled trades, which is a huge priority and that we're hearing a lot about today. So I'd encourage you to visit, learn more about Skill Plan, which was a pilot project supported by the Future Skills Center, and they're going to show you some of the learning content and some of the kind of training materials to get people ready for apprenticeships. But I want you to know that the work that we've done with Skill Plan has been more about, sorry, I didn't follow the instructions, more than just the front-facing part you're seeing. It's also about connecting all of the organizations in the background to make that transition from interested in the trades to getting the prerequisites done and then connecting to the local union halls and entering an apprenticeship pathway. It's all of that rewiring of that pathway that is happening in the back end. We also have Skills Compétences Canada there, and I hear there's a rumor that you can even put on a VR headset and do some welding. So talk about digital skills and technical skills, the interface. So I hope all of you will check that out today. Well, not all of you, but some of you will learn how to digitally weld this afternoon. So that'll be great. All right, we're going to have a lunch break, and you get, I believe, 70 minutes? An hour and 10 minutes. So that's enough time. Stretch your legs, check your email, see what's behind these curtains on this beautiful sunny day, talk to some new people, and I'm warning you, we're going to tease your brains a little bit more this afternoon. We have a couple panels, some bold ideas, and there may even be some cheerleading required this afternoon. So, get ready for that. But enjoy your lunch and see you soon. Thank you. All right, everyone. I hope you got the cheesecake. I feel like we might need to put a whole section on the evaluation for that cheesecake. Special category, it was good, hey? All right, I'm going to encourage everyone at this end, come sit down. I'm going to start calling out names. Julia Rim Shepherd. All right. We are excited to have you back this afternoon. I hope your energy level's high after all that sugar's coursing through your bloodstream. So we are going to have a session right now that we called Bold Ideas, right? So this is a reminder to our speakers that are making their way over here. We called this session Bold Ideas because and then later on we have something called From Talk to Action. Because we said, this is great. I'm glad everyone's talking. We're talking about the skills. We're talking about the areas. We're talking about what it's going to take, what we can build on to meet the challenges of the moment. But we want to share some bold and actionable policy ideas on what is needed to coordinate and align across sectors. We heard a lot of that. We need to coordinate. We need to build on what we've already learned to ensure, again, that Canada has the right skills in the right place at the right time. So we have 3 thought leaders who we're going to invite on stage, each with a distinct perspective on how investments in skills and training can contribute to a resilient Canadian economy. Each speaker will share a policy idea on a priority issue, and they'll engage with each other and the audience in a discussion. Hopefully by now you've figured out how to do Slido, right, on your phones. So please keep the ideas and questions coming in. To moderate this session, we're thrilled to have Vanmala Subramanian. Am I saying your name right? No, I'm not. Yes. And I said to Vanmala over the lunch break, I said, gosh, every time I see your byline in the Globe, I'm like, I have to read what Vanmala has been writing. So we're thrilled to have you here. So come on up. We also have Kaylee Thiessen, who's the new chief economist at the Canadian Shield Institute, Alfred Bergeson from Tribe Network, and Bobby Resett. And we're thrilled to have all 3 of you here. Thank you so much. And we are really excited to hear about these policy ideas. Thank you.
Testing. Yep. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Trisha Verichigo, for having me. It's great to be here. Good conference so far. I've already learned so much. So yeah, as Trisha mentioned, I am with the Globe and Mail. I cover labor, immigration, employer-employee relationships and trends and things like that. But I actually am very excited to hear from these panelists, and I'm gonna introduce them. Before that, though, I just wanted to explain what the session is, what Bold Ideas is. We're basically going to get panelists to present sort of one solution-oriented idea that addresses the question of how Canada can make sure we have people with the right skills in the right place at the right time. Essentially a conversation about what I think is the skills gap. So on my far right, we have Bobby Resett. She's the founder and president of Virtual Gurus. Virtual Gurus is a leading North American talent place platform that has empowered thousands of professionals and generated over 15 million Canadian in wages for underserved communities. Thanks, Bobby, for being here. And we also have Alfred Bergeson, founder and CEO of Tribe Network. Tribe Network supports Black, Indigenous, and people of color pursuing entrepreneurship. Alfred has advised community groups, nonprofits, government bodies, and other national leaders. Right next to me, we have Kaylee Thiessen. She's the chief economist at the Canadian Shield Institute. It's a next-generation policy studio focusing on strengthening Canada's sovereignty and driving economic transformation. So thank you all for being here. I'm just going to repeat sort of the question at hand, which we're going to hear your bold ideas off. So what is one idea, and maybe Kaylee, I'll start with you. What is one idea for how Canada can make sure we have people with the right skills in the right place at the right time?
All right. I'm so happy to be here today to talk about this. We've been having this conversation for a long time, I think, skills. I've heard a couple of times today people say, we've been talking about this for 20 years. So here's my bold question. What if we have the right skills, but the labor market is not delivering the right jobs? So imagine a world, you probably already live in this world if you're in this room, but imagine you have a different job. Imagine a world where the skills you have are recognized by your employer. They're nurtured, they're actually nurtured by your manager and utilized on the job every day. You're not exploited, but your skills are utilized every day. Sadly, that's not always the case. Too often, there's an inconsistency between the skills people actually possess and how those skills are utilized or not in the workplace. And this disconnect actually leaves an immense amount of value on the table and stifles personal growth and it stifles economic growth. So, what workers in Canada, here's my bold idea. Workers in Canada are actually already highly skilled, but many of us are not being utilized in a way that grows our economy or fulfills us as individuals. Workers in Canada are credentialed up the wazoo. That's the technical term in this room, right? Like, we're all credentialed up the wazoo. We have degrees, we have certificates, we have references from the unpaid work that we've done in order to get proof of our skills on our resume. We're constantly taking extra courses to make sure we don't fall behind. I've taken 3 extra credentials this year alone. Probably many of you in this room have too, or advised your clients to do so. We're capable of learning, and we prove that we're capable of learning every single day, but still we're told we don't have the right skills. It's actually quite exhausting. We learned this morning that Canada's overqualification rate is 40%. 2 in 5 workers are overqualified for their job. We learned that Canadians earn lower wages than workers in several other OECD countries with the same skill level, again, suggesting that better opportunities could be created. Or Canadians are underpaid, or maybe both. Both is possible. Young workers face the highest unemployment rate. We've heard that today. Immigrants, both recent and long tenured, come to Canada with PhDs, medical training, skilled trades, and they're not allowed to put those skills to work. They're actually blocked from putting their skills to work. So the bold idea is, what if we put the systems in place to actually utilize the skills we already have in our labor market? Thinking about assessment tools, thinking about pathways for people to be to receive gap training for the things that they're missing. Instead of thinking of it as a whole new degree or a whole new piece of training, it's like, oh, you just have to learn how to use ChatGPT. It's actually not that hard. And if we turned it on its head, talked about how skilled we are and how capable we are of learning, then filling those gaps might not seem so insurmountable.
Thank you very much, Kaylee. I'll turn to Alfred next. What is your one bold idea?
Test, test. Hello? Can I actually stand at the podium there?
Yeah, you can do anything.
Okay. Oops. Taking up a lot of space here. So my name is Alfred, and it's great to be with you all today. I learned that I got invited after one of the folks that works at Future Skills Center heard me speak at the Public Policy Forum Awards earlier this year. And at this awards, I don't know, was anyone in this room there earlier this year? There's a few people, okay. All right, so they know what's coming. At this awards, I received the Emerging Leader Award, and I wanted to do something a little bit different to kind of get the energy in the room going. It is after lunch. I saw a few kind of sleepy faces, so I'm going to try to pick up the energy in here a little bit. And so if you would indulge with me, as a basketball coach and player, one thing you do to bring a team together is you try to create a sense of unity and rhythm, right? And sometimes you do that through whether it's a chant or perhaps a clapping kind of motion together. And so I want to do something before I get going into my comments, and this is a concept called 2 claps. With a team, if you're trying to huddle and get everyone on the same page, you do 2 claps, and it creates a sense of rhythm and togetherness. So when I say 2 claps, we're all going to clap together 2 times. All right? 2 claps. 2 claps. 2 claps. Awesome, that worked. Noel, you're welcome. There's someone else I wanted to say thank you. Wendy's comments earlier this morning when she was articulating some of the concerns around wokeness or the how it's been so politicized. You put into words things that have been on my heart, and to be honest, it's been a hard kind of few months, and to hear you speak so eloquently about that was really a lot of gratitude for that. So can we give 2 claps for Wendy? 2 claps. 2 claps. Thank you, Wendy. All right, so my bold idea, I'm going to start by telling a story, and then I'll just get right to the bold idea. I run an entrepreneurship center in Halifax called Tribe Network. We work with Black and other racialized entrepreneurs across the country. We provide mentorship coaching, grant funding to early stage entrepreneurs, mostly in the tech sector. And we try to connect them with existing federal programs, whether it's Elevate IP or MyTax or Scale AI, things like that. We had a founder who we got introduced to a couple of years ago from Newfoundland. His name was Collins. He just arrived in Newfoundland months prior to getting introduced to us. And Collins was in the computer science program at Memorial University. He immigrated from Nigeria, and he was struggling in a new environment. He was struggling with learning and picking up kind of in a classroom setting. He was really just struggling with learning. And so Collins is a builder, and Collins decided to build his own personalized AI tutor. Collins went from being a student who was failing to now being considered a dean student. He built this tool called ScanSolve. You can look it up on Google or in the App Store. It exists right now. He built this tool when he was 20 years old, and it's now being used by 5 million people around the world for personalized learning. That inspired us, and he won our Entrepreneur of the Year award last year. He solved the problem for himself and his classmates, and now millions of people around the world are using this tool, ScanSolve. Whether you're a grade 6 student or a master's level student, based off of your aptitude and your learning style, this personalized tutor will actually help you learn. Instead of giving you the answer, it's coaching you to get to the answer yourself. That inspired us at Tribe Network to build a program called the AI Youth Fellowship with support from the Rita Hall Foundation as well as Foundation for Black Communities. We launched 2 cohorts this summer. We did the university cohort, essentially bringing in university students for a 8 to 12 week program around AI. It included elements of privacy, security, ethics, and actually building with tools and learning how to prompt. We worked with 50 students for this university pilot, and this fall we'll be doing high school students as well. A key part of this program is we're not just bringing in experts to share with you privacy and what tools to use, et cetera. There's a capstone project aligned with this. And so every student who's a part of this program will actually build a tool and will solve a problem that they have with AI. Okay, I'm just gonna go right to the big, bold idea because I feel like I'm taking up a lot of space. I believe we need to approach AI literacy as a nation-building project. There was a recent Public Policy Forum report that came out that talked about how the Major Projects Office could adopt a sovereign health data cloud as part of a nation-building project. And I think that's a bold thing for us to do, which we should do. Now, we need doctors, nurses, and a society that can layer in AI to be able to have, predictive modeling, and, that may lead to preventative treatments, preventative healthcare, et cetera, in the future. Earlier this morning, someone mentioned AI is not about one industry. This is something that needs to be applied to all industries. And so I believe AI literacy needs to be adopted and thought about as a nation-building initiative, number one. And one way to increase learning and skill development in this area is to implement some sort of skills credit for all workers. This is something that could be, and students, this could something that could be driven through education institutions, through private corporations. And I'll share an example, and then I'll be done, which is years ago, RBC Future Launch actually had a skills, some sort of skills credit where students were able to access, I believe, $500 to take on a new credential or micro-credential of some sort. And I believe that if we don't get our students and our workforce people adopting and learning how to use AI, we will be left behind. There's good and bad to AI. In order to minimize the risk, we need to know how to use it. And if people don't know how to use it, then the risk of catastrophe is probably greater. In China, earlier this year, they had passed some sort of bill about adopting AI in schools. Just this past September, K-12 AI literacy is now mandatory. And so I'll just leave it on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Alfred.
Good job, buddy.
Bobby, go ahead. What is your one bold idea? And then we'll get to questions.
All right. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Tanzi. So, when I was asked to speak at this, and I knew that this was a question I was going to be asked, I'll be honest. When I read it completely different, and I started asking my wife, do I have dyslexia or something? Because I don't think I'm reading this the way it should be read. The way I read it is, how do we make sure that the people with no skills or wrong skills are in the right place at the right time? So I'm going to take it back to a little bit of storytelling. I'm Indigenous. My grandparents and my second generation grandparents are all residential school survivors. My mom's from La Brette. She was stolen away as well. I was 6 years old when I got diagnosed with severe polymorphous light eruption, which means I'm severely allergic to the light and ultraviolet lights in the sun. And I'm Indigenous, and I'm being raised by queer parents. Nobody gave me any belief. Nobody believed in me. So I was raised up thinking, okay, I was homeschooled. I had nobody believe in me. I was being raised by queer parents in the 80s, and I had a disease that made me look like an alien. Nobody believed in me. So at 18, I finally left home, and I had no education, didn't finish a grade 12 because I was bullied. Nobody believed in me. I couldn't go to school. I was bullied because I looked like an alien. I was a person of color, Indigenous, with sores all over my body, being raised by two queer parents. So I left, and I ended up getting a job and ended up working in oil and gas. Nobody believed in me, and I stood at the bottom of the scale thinking, how am I going to work my way up? And I had to prove myself 10 times as hard with no education, queer parents, Indigenous, and sores all over my body. And nobody believed in me, so I kept going. So fast forward, I was laid off. And again, nobody would hire me because they didn't believe in me. I would leave places applying for work and hear my resume hitting the bottom of a trash can because of who I am. So I got tattoos to clear up my body and to hide the sores. I started changing who I was, thinking, maybe I've got to be somebody I'm not. But you know what? Nobody believed in me. So I set out to create my own mission, and I started virtual gurus on my own story. Nobody would hire me, and the only way I could do it, and I had no skills. I had no education. And the only way was for me to get out there and do it myself and figure it out and prove everybody wrong. So fast forward, and I can certainly get into that later, I am now the first Indigenous woman that has closed a Series A funding round. I am also now the first Indigenous female woman in my entire family that has a Harvard degree. And I am now the first Indigenous woman to make a successful exit here pretty soon. And so when you ask me, how can Canada help people like me? It's believe. How can you lift us up? How can you look at people like me and say, how can I lift this person up? And that answer is to believe, right? So believe in me, believe in people like me, lift us up, give us resources. We will take it, we will help, we will be there, but we need your help. And so when you ask what is my idea on how Canada can make sure that we have people with the right skills at the right place at the right time? Believe in the people that don't have that. Believe in the people like me that can't be lifted up. Believe in people like me who are here in front of all of you, showing my story and sharing my story, because one day we just want to inspire everybody, right? So my answer and my idea is just believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, that's excellent. I'm going to wait till we get a bunch of audience questions here, but in the meantime, I have a couple of questions. Maybe I'll just start with what you said, Kaylee, around utilizing systems that we already have in place to sort of fit people into the right spots in the workforce. Could you elaborate a little bit on that? So what tools do we already have in place, and kind of why they're not working? I know that's a massive question, but maybe you can just give us a bit of a broad summary of that.
Sure. So I think what we end up looking for is a list of credentials. How have you proven that you can do this thing that I am, as an employer, looking for you to be able to do, and you have to have proved it already. Saying that on a resume means you have to have done it already, but there are skills, competencies, abilities that folks have, and it might just not be possible to prove it on your resume. How do we actually develop a system that assesses those skills so that we're matching people and understanding who they are as a whole person and not just one piece of education or micro-credential in order to fit them into jobs that exist, or actually move them into a job that might better meet their skill set. One thing that I've thought about a lot is, I talked a little bit about new immigrants coming to Canada not being utilized. Gig workers spend hours of unpaid time every day waiting for work opportunities to show up on their app. They are ready and available to work, but their algorithm has them waiting in order to optimize the urgency with which they'll take the next gig. And that means they'll probably take it at a lower wage. That's not optimizing anyone's skill. Even though that person is probably highly skilled, they're stuck in this other job instead. You can think about apprenticeships as well. Apprenticeships, there are thousands of people in this country who are taking the college-level apprenticeship program, but they don't actually have access to the pathway that gets them into becoming a fully fledged journey person. That's not because they're not skilled, it's because employers aren't actually providing the pathway anymore, one that used to exist. So how do we build a pathway so people can actually get there? Those folks are skilled, and they have the ability to learn and develop the additional skills that they need in order to be a journey person, but we're not providing that pathway. We just keep on talking about how we have a skills shortage. Like, let's provide those pathways. And then when it comes to assessing for skill, ability, instead of just a credential, then we're actually looking at a whole person and figuring out how we can move people into jobs that exist, or actually build businesses that create the jobs that people want so that we can have a higher functioning labor market. It would actually also lead us to have a higher level of productivity and higher well-being as well.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Kaylee. That's really interesting. This is either for Bobby or Alfred, but my assessment, at least, I came to Canada 20 years ago from Malaysia, is that employers almost lack the will or to actually want to, as you mentioned, Bobby, take a chance on people who might not be credentialed or look a certain way, or, compared to what they're used to typically hiring. we've had in the last like 5 years a wave of a movement trying to change this, and this movement seems to have, I've written about this quite a bit, stalled. How do we get, what's the employer side of this? Is it education? Is it unconscious bias training, more of it, which I'm very skeptical about? What is it that you can do on the employer side to make them take a chance on people who might not be from, a conventional background, but are talented and, yeah. Do you want to go? Bobby, go.
Yeah, I mean, I can take a stab at it. I think you'd be better at answering it. But one of the things that I think is important to note is that, as long as employers started understanding that, underserved communities, for example, they're rich in potential, but most hiring systems are built to exclude them. So how can we build our systems to include them? And I think that's the answer that we really all have to sit down and think, right? How do we include? And I would like to say that I see a lot more of it happening now. I speak all over the world right now, and I'm seeing so much more inclusivity coming out versus when I started talking 5 years ago. And I think that we've gone a long way. We've come a long way. I think we have a lot more way to come. So I think it's a question of how do we build our systems to include them more.
Mm-hmm.
I'll chime in.
Yeah.
At Tribe, we probably have a staff of about 15 people. And I would say out of 15, 5 came from actual postings we put out there, and the others have come from people demonstrating that I can provide you value. And so when I speak to university students, or whenever I'm speaking in front of a room of university students or youth, I'm always talking about it from the lens of, everyone is going in with a resume, a cover letter, and hoping to answer all the questions right. What if you came with a case study or a portfolio of something that you've done that brings this company value today, right? I think when I think about my team, those 10 people that we brought on came with that mindset of, I don't see a role, but I see ways in which I can bring value to you, and here's how. And so I don't know if we can change the mind of employers in Canada to accept these folks more, but I do think we can change the way in which we perhaps educate young people or immigrants about how to show their value to employers, which I think the way of just having a good resume and being able to talk in an interview is perhaps not as much of a differentiator anymore, as opposed to sharing something that brings value to that employer today that maybe they didn't have a line of sight on.
So really sort of showing up at a job interview in a way that's innovative and different from making yourself the standout candidate.
That's right,
and training people to do that rather than just falling back on whatever credentials or lack of credentials that they have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I'm going to take a couple of audience questions from Slido. There is one here that says, maybe Kaylee, this would be for you. Social capital is essential for a career. That means job referrals, advice from friends or mentors, but StatsCan reports a decrease in social capital. How can we reverse this?
Not an easy question. If you think about all of the ways we've all felt more excluded and sort of more like homebodies or not interacting with the world in the same way we used to, that means there is sort of less effort being put into helping other people access that social capital that you might have. And I think it really is just one person at a time making the effort, going the extra mile for someone, doing something that, maybe 30 years ago, my parents would have done it every single day. Just introducing your friend's kid to the employer down the street, helping someone understand what they might need to do differently on their resume or in how they're presenting at an interview. And nobody has time for that anymore unless we each individually make time. I don't know the answer to how we make each of us less busy. If I did, I would have stopped working at 5 p.m. yesterday, and I did not. So I don't know the answer for that, but overall, we each have to make the effort to make those connections. And I think it has to be personal instead of always online. Like, it's one thing to introduce someone on LinkedIn, and it's something very different to say, hey, come to this event with me today so that I can introduce you to all the folks that I interact with every day. We have some new policy associates, policy research associates in our office, and we're just taking them with us everywhere. When I started in my career 20 years ago, my boss took me to every meeting that he went to, and I was always shocked, like, why? I don't have any experience. Why would you take me to this thing and actually let me speak to the MP or the minister? But that's the way you actually develop the skill, and it means that we all have to make that effort. It's not like a policy solution so much as it is, or a technology solution. Those exist so much as it is just all of us making that effort.
Can I chime in on that as well?
Yeah, sure, Alfred.
So there's some data that's showing young people are actually retreating the fastest from social media currently. And they're seeking these IRL experiences in real life. And this is actually leading to a lot of things like run clubs and what they're calling third spaces. I know years ago, I think back in like 2016, I was a part of a group in Halifax called the Halifax Social Network. And we would host these informal networking events, and at each one we would invite a couple of speakers, 2 or 3 speakers, to share their story. It's not to make a pitch on a business, kind of an informal networking environment, but we would invite people from our local connector program called, it was led by the Halifax Partnership. And so I do think that part of that social capital needs to be built in person. And I think some of that comes from informal kind of networking environments where you have, folks that are connectors with a Rolodex being in those spaces and building relationships, but also kind of helping folks connect to those who they're looking to connect to. So I think you're right, though. Like, having that in real life networking that's not like put a suit on and go to this event is important. I think a lot of young people are like yearning for that right now.
I love to, the IRL, like, to actually, that has become so novel, to have IRL experiences, to be a part of a team, to participate in all sorts of different things, and that's where you interact with people who don't think the same way as you, interact with people who can offer you opportunities that your own network wouldn't offer, and that happens in person, and then the social media or other sites can supplement that.
Yeah, I'm quite a introvert. When I'm not out doing this stuff, I'm at my campsite with my dogs and my wife, literally like watching a fire all day. Like, that's what I would prefer to do. But one of the things is everybody in this room, we need to stop gatekeeping and start green lighting, right? And to green light is, introduce somebody. So I have an effort, I have a goal that I have to do, and it's an effort that I do at every event I go to. I need to at least make 5 introductions in some sort of a way. As Indigenous folks, especially being from the underserved market, who are really, really not very sociable, and not only that, but asking for money or intros is trauma for us. So how do you do that? And so I take anywhere from 2 to 5 underserved people with me to an event, and I encourage to introduce them and talk to them, get them out there networking a little bit more. And, the more green lighting we do, the easier it is for the social impact to come in.
Yeah, I think we're talking about a theme about navigating systems, right? I think for a lot of new entrants into the job market or hopefuls, navigating systems in Canada can be very intimidating, especially if you're a new immigrant. We actually have a question related to that. Someone asks, bureaucratic systems here are so complex and hard to navigate for those who need it most. how do we address this? And I think that's a really good question, because I think certain people who find this easier will know what website to go to, what career center to go to, who to talk to, might have a good guidance counselor at a private school, like, benefit from certain privileges that allow them to enter and thrive in a job market more than others. How do you narrow this gap between people who can navigate that system and people who can't? Anyone want to jump in?
I think there's a technology solution for this. And hard work on the back end in a technology solution makes it easy to navigate on the front end for clients. But if we don't put the hard work on the back end to make it work well, then we just end up with silos, which I think is what we have now. Do we go to federal government for certain services, provincial government for certain services? There's many different websites that folks need to be able to navigate, and we don't have a one-stop shop. Sometimes we talk about different countries offering, let me think about this. Okay, you have a new baby and you get a basket and it comes to your hospital room and you're automatically signed up for all of the stuff your baby needs. Daycare, birth certificate, social insurance number, all in one place. What if we had systems that worked like that for everything, instead of just, we don't have that for babies, there are other countries that have this for babies. But what if we had a system that operated in that way? So we put the hard work in at the back end, behind the scenes, so that it's much easier to navigate. Right now, you're Googling, hoping to land the proper website. Artificial intelligence may be delivering you the proper information, or it may deliver you the wrong information. Like you might not even know that you have the wrong information. And so we need to build systems, online systems that are capable of providing that service, and also in person or over the phone systems that supplement the online piece of the puzzle. And that actually means just hiring more people who can provide the service instead of only relying on technology.
I think you hit the nail on the head, though. I think this is a startup waiting to happen to help with this. So anybody in the crowd want to start a startup, there's a great idea.
We should partner.
Done.
There's a question specifically for Bobby. What skills training opportunities were most impactful in your own journey?
I think, if I look back through my journey, my journey's only been about 7 years, that I from start to close to 8 years now. I would think it was trusting mentorship. Like I said, being Indigenous, we come from a lot of generational trauma, but we also come from a lot of financial trauma. And I've turned it around to the fact that entrepreneurship is now medicine for me. So I've been able to really, really learn a lot from my mentors, peer-to-peers, but mentors, coaches, and really not being afraid to learn and reach out to ask for learning. When I started, I had no idea what I was doing. And so being able to put myself through programs at like Harvard, for example, or INSEAD was because I needed to learn how to run a company that understood about diversity and understood that. And so, I think a lot of it was really the mentorship. I probably wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't have the advisors or mentorship believing in me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. One of the other sort of related questions here that I find interesting is someone asks, many racialized and recent immigrants are entrepreneurs, exactly like you, Bobby, but the risk can outweigh the benefit. Is there a role that governments can play to make sure that that risk doesn't outweigh the benefit? Is there a role for a third party in sort of boosting and helping recent immigrants who are entrepreneurs?
I do. Government talks a lot about giving people like me funding. Well, you think I've applied for probably well over 200 grants and have been denied every single one of them. So let's start with talking the walk, walking the talk. I get that wrong all the time. Let's start with that, right? So if we're going to talk about government funding, we're going to talk about giving funding to people like me, then let's really do it. Let's action it. Let's not just say we're going to do it to look good. Let's do it, right? And I think it starts there because we need funding. You know, a lot of our programs, like let's say IFIs and such, Indigenous Foundations, investment programs, we're all funding our own people. I'm part of the Indigenous Tech Circle, and we're funding our own people because it's really difficult for us to get funding. So, for me, I think it's just taking a back step and really like let's walk that talk.
Mm-hmm.
Can I chime in on that?
Yeah, sure.
I would challenge you to say, okay, so there are a ton of government, you know, supports for startups. They are going out there. I'm not sure they're reaching entrepreneurs that look like you or I. And a lot of that has to do with, you know, entrepreneurs not having access to safe spaces or mentors or coaches that truly like understand their value proposition to support them in achieving and getting those grants.
True. But we have over 300 members in our Indigenous Tech Circle. And how does that answer? Like all of these are pre-revenue, maybe super early stage. How does it answer that 98% of them are being denied funding, right? So that's what I'm getting at is how do we get more? I do agree, though. I think we need to get more out there and educate a little bit more and have programs such as yours to help with that. Hence, me being the chair of the Indigenous Prosperity Foundation, we're doing just that. But how do we do more of that to get them prepared for that, right? So,
yeah. No, I agree with the point you're making. I think that we are further removed from the spaces where capital is flowing. In general, without making it a racialized thing, I also think we need more private actors in the Canadian entrepreneurship ecosystem. Like, we are over-reliant on government almost in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And I think that's kind of the major difference between us and the US is in the US, there's a lot more private kind of risk capital available. And in Canada, we're not as willing to make those risky investments. There are a lot of kind of structural things we can do to increase that flow, and some of that may include mandating pension funds to invest in Canada. Yeah, there's many levers that we could pull to kind of unlock some capital, but we have not done that yet.
Yeah, it seems that it sort of, to me, relates to the risk averseness we have in Canada. Even the private sector tends to have this, and it relates back to either funding or hiring or, you know, there's a certain formulaic approach that we tend to take to all those things, and we're ending up in a place where the right people are, you know, still not in, you know, the right jobs. We have about 6 minutes left. I'm going to ask a question, then I'll take a question from the audience. I wanted to ask you, Kaylee, about credentialing. I think previous sessions they sort of discussed this, but do you have any specific ideas around how you can match people with existing international credentials with jobs in terms of, you know, what specific, say, provincial governments can do more of? Or is that something we can do more of? Because we're really lagging when it comes to people who already have the credentials that might not be Canadian being matched to jobs that they can probably do, and they just can't figure out how to get themselves there. Or, yeah.
Yeah, I was actually speaking to an entrepreneur in this space a couple of weeks ago who does assessments of skills, competencies, and abilities. And then in addition to that, builds processes to help recognize skills, competencies, abilities, credentials that exist, and builds the pathway that gets you from, oh, I have a credential from Malaysia, here's where I'm overqualified for this job in like to become a nurse, let's say, in Canada,
Sure.
and here's where I haven't met the skills that allow me to become a nurse in Canada. So instead of going through the entire nursing program all over again, they have done the hard work of figuring out what's missing. And then we build a program to help them get the piece that's missing so they can move into the job instead of having someone have to go through that daunting task. And it means then that you're assessing, like I've mentioned, the whole person and not just whatever is on their resume. Or if you don't understand what exists in a nursing credential in any country around the world, when you actually have to do the hard work of discovering what that is, translating. Like, I understand that it is very, very challenging to do that. But what if we did it and then we actually had enough nurses? Yep. What if we did it and we actually had enough doctors? And what if we did it and we actually had enough personal support workers? And then we had the amount of Uber drivers needed to also service the community and all of the needs of people who are taking rides every day without making it so that job is so bad that people can barely survive. That's what the economic transformation of doing this would actually mean.
Yeah, thank you for that. Very interesting. Last question to any of you, really. It's about informal mentorship. I think we've been talking about sort of informal mentorship and helping others. Someone says here that it perpetuates sort of existing bias and hegemony in a workplace. Like, how do you overcome that if you have, say, how do you overcome sort of that internal bias when you're trying to mentor someone into a certain place?
So the question is, how do you overcome bias when mentoring someone internally?
So when you're an informal mentor, when you're an informal, sorry, the question sort of disappeared and he or she phrased it really well. But when you have internal bias yourself and you're trying to mentor someone, how do you guard against that to make sure that you're not just perpetuating the same system and hierarchy in a workplace and you're actually bringing in someone new?
Great question. I'll share what we do, which is every employee, we try to match them with an external mentor. So it's not necessarily happening internally, but for example, if our marketing director is seeking skills or insights in a part of the industry that they currently are not exposed to, we'll actually spend the time and the money to find someone to support them in kind of getting that mentorship. So I think maybe that's an angle to go about it, is if, to kind of get rid of that bias internally, is find someone externally who can mentor that person.
Mm-hmm. And I think we all also need to be extremely self-aware of our own, like we have to do the work of discovering what our biases are and then actually being self-aware enough to overcome them. Something that, again, like none of these are things that you just do at the drop of a hat, but you have to be self-aware enough to then make different decisions about who you decide to mentor and why.
Yeah. Okay, I think we've reached the end of the discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kaylee, Alfred, Bobby.
Thank you.
I thought this was really interesting. We had a couple of great takeaways from it. Thank you, everyone, for your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was awesome. And are you going to take a picture now? We can do it during the break. We have a break coming up soon. We'll come back. Thank you, everyone. We have one more thing for you before we have a break. And it's going to, they're going to do photos now. All right. It's very important. We have to be on social media too. All right. So we are going to do one more thing, and then I'm going to let you have a little break. And then I have an activity for you. So stay tuned on that. But first we're going to have our second spotlight time, where I'm going to invite Kofi to come on up. And I'm super excited that Kofi's going to share the story of Monumental. Kofi's the co-founder of Monumental, and he'll tell you a little bit more about what they're doing in the housing space. And I think it'll touch on a lot of the themes that this panel has raised, too, around accessing capital, having the skills to leverage the use of capital. I'm not going to steal all of Kofi's story for him, but come on up, Kofi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wasn't a trick question. I have to get clapping like Alfred up here. So I'm Kofi Hope. I'm the co-CEO and co-founder of Monumental, and we're a Toronto-based social business that works to use research, design, and strategic thinking to build bold solutions to complex issues facing cities and urban issues across Canada. But before I was at Monumental, I spent many years on the ground in the social service sector. I was the founder and inaugural executive director of the C Centre for Young Black Professionals, which worked to support youth with complex barriers around that journey from crisis to stability to starting on a career path. And we started out in a neighborhood many of you may know in Northwest Toronto, the Jane Finch community, at the Black Creek Community Health Centre. And I remember working there, collaborating with youth workers and social workers to support not just youth in our program, but any young people that came through the doors of the health centre. And over those years of supporting hundreds of youth, I saw firsthand that of all the issues young people faced, no issue was more protracted or difficult to find solutions to than when a young person had a housing crisis. And you could see them, when they showed up in the center with kind of all their worldly belongings in 2 shopping bags that they walked up in. Or sometimes you didn't know. It was only when they pulled you aside and you walked off to the corner and they told you, hey, I've actually been couch surfing for the last couple weeks. Or they said, I'm in a situation right now that is so unsafe and dangerous, I have to get out right away. And in all of those cases, we would come together as team members, we'd trade suggestions, we'd call up contacts, we'd be frantically online looking for rental ads. And it was just so hard to provide young people with this basic need, the need for safe and secure housing. What a challenge it was in a city going through one of the worst housing crises in the world. Now, friends, the statistics show that all communities in Canada, but particularly racialized communities and most acutely Black and Indigenous communities, face major disparities around housing security, around rental discrimination, and access to home ownership. And so when I left my role as a frontline ED with a community agency, I had a real passion to learn more about the housing system and to explore solutions to this generational crisis that faces Canadian society today. So flash forward a few years. Monumental is a thing, and Zara, my co-founder, and I are finding ourselves working more and more in the space of social impact in real estate development. And we're getting the privilege, the incredible privilege, to take part in teams that are part of some of the biggest development projects in Canada, plotting the future of neighborhoods that will house thousands or tens of thousands of people. And as we move through this space, we also noted that in this industry of real estate development, which I'll add, broadly makes up about 10% of our economy and employs nearly 300,000 people, we saw with these different groups we interacted with that as you went up the org chart, as you went up to the C-suites and the ownership roles, there were very few faces that looked like us. Personally, we could see this industry best positioned to respond to the housing crisis had a severe underrepresentation of racialized folks in leadership, even though racialized communities were disproportionately impacted by the housing crisis. And I may add, it's also an industry that study after study has shown was to be in need of innovation, of new thinking, of boost to its productivity and business practices. And we looked at all of these data points from our travels and we said, okay, maybe there's an opportunity here. And so we reached out to FFC and we said, hey, we think we understand this problem. We think there's a need for training programs and capacity building in this space. We know that exists in the US, but we're not sure exactly what's needed in Canada. Can we do some research together and explore this? And we're so thankful that they got it at FFC. They said, yes, please explore this. And so we got to take our lived experiences, our professional insights, and flesh them out with strong and grounded primary and secondary research. And along the way, we affirmed our instincts. We saw, yes, the lack of representation in this industry was a documented fact. But at the same time, we also saw a growing market opportunity. Because for the longest time in this country, since World War II at least, and in places like Toronto from even earlier, we in Canada have put significant restrictions in place around home building, preventing us from building certain types of housing in certain places. Particularly, we've made it hard to build small-scale rental. Those kind of 4 to 8 units, the 2 to 3 story housing complexes that are extremely common in big cities all over the world. Right? We have so little of this in North America that we created a name for it. We call it the missing middle, right? It's what sits between single-family homes and those 30-story mega towers we see all over downtown. And experts and government were saying it's clear that building more housing like this, building more missing middle housing, was a critical step in solving the housing crisis. But here's the best part. This was a scale that was actually much more possible for folks from new communities to step into. Building a condo tower is a massive undertaking. And most of the challenge is actually around assembling the financing you need to do it. So if you're not coming to that game independently wealthy or with a bunch of rich friends, you're probably not going to get that first project to move forward. But there are many people from our diverse communities who own a home, or maybe own a second home, one that could easily be converted from housing a single family into housing 4 or 5 families. And okay, maybe it's not easy, but working at this scale and this price tag is something that is much more accessible for first-time entrepreneurs. And as we were doing the research, we saw the reports were there, it was in the news, government broadcasting that, hey, we're going to make it easier in the near future to build at this level, and we're going to create incentives to get more people in the game. And so we said, bingo, we have a clear problem, the housing crisis and the lack of racialized folks leading companies and projects in this space. And we also have a clear synergy between a solution at a level that would help solve the housing crisis, but would also be an accessible entry point for BIPOC entrepreneurs. And so it just felt like this was an extremely fertile area to explore developing a new program. And so we went back to FSC. And from this was born the first ever in Canada real estate development incubator program for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, Future Builds, or what we now call the Future Builds Incubator. And with FSC support, we did our pilot program. We looked at models like this from the United States, but we also built off of our research where we talked to aspiring real estate entrepreneurs or those who had actually been able to break through the space and be successful. And they told us, hey, if you build a program like this, we need 3 things. The first was they talked about they needed more social capital. Real estate development is a space where connections and contacts are so critical to move forward, and our communities many times did not have a history in the space, so the connections they needed were not there. So that was one. Number 2, they said we need technical training, as even professionals working for development companies or as contractors in the space, we rarely get a deep understanding of the entire development process, of all the stages, right? Of how you navigate government approvals, how you coordinate the professional services you need, how you then think about managing construction, how you build out an accurate budget and make sure you're sticking to it. And that brings us to the final point of what they said they needed, which was support getting access to financing. Not being able to get it from big banks, so many folks turn to B or C lenders. And I'll just give one story. We had someone, they had been a contractor, decided to get into real estate development. They had their first site, they had to go to a C lender. And they literally talked about going to give them a check for that site, and they showed up 3 minutes late to the office. They literally saw the people locking the door on the other side. 3 minutes late, they had to pay a $50,000 penalty. After that, they said, never trying in this again. So that access to capital and how to navigate lending and financing was the third critical piece. And so we said, okay, let's go. Let's build a program around it. Let's embed the monumental culture and think about these 3 clear and distinct learning outcomes. We had our first pilot. We had 30 individuals across 25 projects join. We had about 150 applications for those 30 spaces. And the pilot itself, engagement was off the chart. We saw real success in learning outcomes and also in concrete housing outcomes. We saw graduates move forward their projects, get their approvals, finish their drawings, and put shovels in the ground. Just last week, one of our graduates from that first cohort wrote to everyone to say, guess what? I just got approved to build an 8-story building on a piece of land I owned. Something they had never thought was possible when they started the program. We have another individual, took the program, then actually spent a couple years in the United States going into historical Black communities that had low prices of value, looking for homes that had fallen into disrepute, bought them up, did a reno, but did it in a way that it remained accessible and affordable to people in community. Now they're bringing that business back to Canada, and they've got a couple properties around the Little Jamaica area, and they're just trying to work through the math. And a third example, 2 individuals who went to that cohort, met each other, and they have now launched an investment fund specifically targeting folks like themselves, aspiring first-time developers looking to do missing middle housing. All of this was part of a program model that built a variety of pieces that included the community building that you could get from retreats and community dinners. We matched that with in-class learning with faculty. We had experiential learning, so we'd get on our hard hats, jump on a bus, and go to different sites all around the city so people could see this in action. And then on top of it, we had industry mentorship, which gave one compelling incubator offering. And it was filled with those classic monumental touches to just make it feel a little more human. We made sure we had diverse speakers that represented folks in the room. We did crowdsourcing at the beginning so that people's snacks, their food, their music were things that they felt culturally related to and safe. And we used human-centered design to make sure our curriculum and all of our visual assets were as thoughtfully put together and as intuitive to use as possible. And the pilot was a great success. And to be honest, those 30 folks were just a drop in the bucket. We began holding events, and we'd get hundreds of people showing up saying, we need a place like this, where those of us who felt marginalized in this industry can find community, collaboration, and connection. And also from the industry side, CEOs of existing development companies, entrepreneurs, architects, planners, investors, all started coming to the table saying, we want to be a part of what you're doing. And this momentum led to a much larger investment from FSC. And so over the last year, Future Builds went from a single pilot to a whole suite of programmings. We brought back the incubator in a bigger and more impactful way, now with dedicated faculty and a fully updated curriculum. We did more events in community. We launched a new program for youth called Future Builds Next. We now have a fully online curriculum that this month will be available for free to folks all across Canada. And we were able to kind of have a capstone of a conference that we did last month. I think a few people in the room were there. Mayor Olivia Chow opened it up, and it was standing room only as folks, whether they were tradespeople, entrepreneurs, advocates, affordable housing champions, or students, came together to learn, connect, and build this momentum, this movement around diversity in real estate development that Future Builds has been a part of. We're so proud at this point that we've now served thousands of individuals over the last few years for the Future Builds journey. And we continue to expand. I mentioned that we debuted Future Builds Next, and I'll talk about that briefly. That program is dedicated to building capacity of Black youth around leadership in affordable housing development. So again, we saw a need and we built around it. Not only do Black youth face the most pronounced employment and labor market mobility issues of any group in the Toronto area, but there's also a noted need for building more capacity in the Black nonprofit housing space in the city. The Canadian government has been out of the funding affordable housing and its construction game for a long time. Now the government is back and has been back, over the last 8 to 10 years in a real meaningful way. But capacity is not always there in the sector, and particularly Black organizations, which had not had this history to manage affordable housing builds before. Now there was a lack at the table when these funding opportunities were in place. And so for us, a priority was, how do we seed the next generation of leaders across community organizations in Toronto so they would be able to receive and manage these projects? The program itself included a trip to Halifax, where many participants came back saying this was a life-changing opportunity, where we got to network with the oldest standing Black community in Canada to talk about the past and future of Black housing solutions. We walked the land in Africville with an original resident as our guide, who spoke about growing up in a historically Black community where they would play in the ocean during the day and they would cook mussels and other seafood around the bonfire with their parents at night, where people worshipped and raised their families, even as the city surrounded them with garbage dumps, slaughterhouses, medical facilities for individuals with communicable diseases, and where for decades they were pressured to leave until eventually, with federal government funding, the municipality forced them off the land, bulldozing people's church in the middle of the night and breaking up this community with no compensation or due process for restitution. So we had a heavy morning where we walked the land in Africville, and then the next day, we walked the land at the largest investment in Black housing made in Canadian history. Upper Hammonds Plains Community Land Trust, anchored in a historical Black community outside of Halifax, had just received $61 million towards a housing development, and we got to walk with the founder and that community as they were just pouring the foundations. The historical significance of those couple days in Halifax was so present with us, and this trip that was full of laughter, some tears, and a whole lot of learning brought back 15 young leaders fired up to continue leading around building affordable housing solutions in this city. Now we have 2 successful program models, a community that's constantly emailing us asking when's the next event, industry champions and leaders ready to support, and a full online curriculum. Future Builds, friends, is ready to scale. We're ready to continue this work to diversify real estate development and platform BIPOC leaders, and we're ready now to bring it coast to coast. And we couldn't have done it without our support from FSC, from the Future Skills Center. And it is my hope that over the next 10 years, when youth workers like myself back in the day are on the ground, confronted by young people in dire need of housing solutions in this city, we will have a wide variety of culturally appropriate options developed and run by community to offer them, with Future Builds alumni and graduates at the heart of those solutions. Thank you very much, everyone.
Oh gosh, Kofi, gosh, you know how to hold the room. What a story. And it's true. It's all true. What a moment to go to break on. I'm going to let you digest the incredible story of what Monumental has achieved and the momentum they're building to really serve the community that they're connected with here. And I also want to remind you that after the break, we're going to have one more panel. We have one more panel. It's a really good one, okay? I know it's getting better and better as we go along. And then afterwards, we have a reception. So from 4 to 5, you don't have to run out the door. You know, kids are in daycare yet, right? So you don't have to leave right at 4. Stay. The reception is generously sponsored by RBC. We're very grateful for them for sponsoring that. And we'll have more time to chat. In the meantime, you get 15 minutes and then come back because we have one activity and one panel. Okay? Thank you. All right, everyone. I know you guys are ready for that reception, aren't you? That's okay, because I actually have some bad news. I have a little bit of bad news I got to share. Our nation is facing a crisis. It's not an inflation crisis. It's not a trade crisis. And it's not just a Toronto issue, I just want to point out, lest you think that. We have a pan-Canadian challenge. We have one baseball team in this country, everyone. Representing every province and territory. They are holding the banner for us all. And I was thinking, who has the skills to fix the crisis in front of us? It's this room of people. because we have reports from across Canada confirming a severe shortage of Blue Jays spirit. It's a big night tonight. Fan morale is down, energy exports to the Rogers Centre have slowed, and the National Enthusiasm Index flatlined. Thank you, ChatGPT, for that little script. But we know we can do something about it. I never want you to think that it's not within our hands. So, go. Let's go, Blue Jays. Let's go, Blue Jays. Go, Blue Jays. Charge! All right. Thank you, everyone. I can't keep yelling into the mic. All right. Thank you very much for indulging me in that. And thank you to ChatGPT for turning that into some sort of riff on economic and skills shortages, and it did a good job. All right, we have one last session for the day, and I'm really excited for this group of people to come on stage today, because we want to focus on real actionable steps being taken across the skills ecosystem, what different players are doing now to close skills gaps, and what more they believe is possible given the right conditions. So we're going to have a few speakers come up, and a very distinguished guest, and my boss, Noel Baldwin, will moderate the panel. I called him non-distinguished this morning, so I'm trying to make up for it by calling him very distinguished this afternoon, okay? All right. So we're going to invite Noel to come up and introduce the rest of the panel members, I think. I'm going to let him introduce them. Yeah, great.
I managed to get the right chair on the first try this time, the moderator's chair. So we're really excited to have a great panel to help us finish off the day. And what we want to ask people to do in this conversation is to think about what we've heard, what you've been working on, and how we can move from this really important conversation and dialogue towards action. So we've asked each of the panelists to think and speak to 3 questions, and then if we've got time, we'll also look at questions that are coming in through Slido. But the 3 questions are, coming from your perspective, what are your maybe top 2, maybe top 3 priorities when it comes to skills? What are some of the actions that you or your organization are taking right now or coming up to support the kind of skills and workforce readiness we need to have a resilient workforce and achieve these really ambitious goals we've set out as a country? And what something that might be missing right now from the kind of conversation or from the skill development ecosystem, and what might be something you could do or your organization could do to help or to lead if you were free of constraints? So to talk us through those questions are 4 amazing panelists. So we're delighted to be joined by Colette Kaminski. Among other things, Colette is Senior Assistant Deputy Minister at Employment and Social Development Canada, and she's leading efforts across the federal government on skills and labour market policy, bringing a national perspective on what's working and where there are gaps that may remain. We also have Perry Johnson. Perry is the President and CEO of Colleges and Institutes Canada. And Perry has long experience in many domains, thinking about Canada's skills, research and innovation ecosystem, including with universities and on the science side. She was previously at Genome Canada as well. And she champions the role of colleges and institutes in preparing Canadians for the future of work. Dan Tish is the President and CEO of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. Dan's a recognized leader in business, policy, and community engagement. He brings deep experience in corporate governance, communications, and economic development, and has been part of some really important and timely conversations over the last few months here in Ontario and elsewhere about this moment we find ourselves in. Tyler Downey is the president of SEIU Healthcare, which represents 67,000 frontline healthcare workers in Ontario. He spent nearly 2 decades transforming the union into a leader in equity, inclusion, and workforce innovation, including launching a union-led digital hiring hall, and some other things I hope you're going to talk to us about too, Tyler. Yeah, okay. Little spoiler alert. And Jackie Pichette. Jackie is the Director of Skills Policy at RBC Thought Leadership, where she leads research and analysis on the future of skills and work, helping connect insights from data and employers to practical, there go my notes, practical workforce solutions. Also a long career in and around questions related to skill development and our post-secondary sector. Let's get into it, and maybe, Colette, I can start with you on the first question, and maybe you can tell us a bit about, coming from your perspective in the federal government, what are some of the top priorities related to skills that you're thinking about or working on right now?
Excellent. Well, thanks, Noel. Thanks. Great to be part of this very distinguished panel. A little intimidating to be here with literally the brain trust of Canada in the room and online. But that also really does motivate me, as I think another speaker said, is if you take all the power in this room and virtually watching and actually execute and mobilize to outcomes, that's a lot of power. So that will be thing one for me, is just to try to walk away from today thinking about what can we do differently, not taking no for an answer, and just sort of driving to an outcomes base. And I think Karen might get the award of the best quote of outcomes, impact, and value for money. And I think if we all kind of wake up in the morning thinking about that, I think we can do great things. You know, I think there's kind of three key areas that we're really focused on, and then I'll talk a little bit about what the government is doing in those areas. But and the minister talked about this a little earlier as well, as others have picked up on it. We need to, somebody said put the skills in the center. I'm not sure I agree. I think we put the person in the center. Because if you start approaching problems, somebody was just, Commissioner Healy was just telling me about an employer-driven model that really kind of looked at the person's individual skills and then thought about how they were going to be successful. We talked about Indigenous programming. I would say everything we do in Indigenous programming and employ it is something everybody should have, that full human-centered wraparound support system, resources that will make them successful. Like, I've walked through employment centers for Indigenous people and I go I wish my kid could have this too. So there are amazing best practices out there. We are researching those problems. You know, if we look at 10 years ago, we actually didn't maybe know some of these things that we know now, but now it's time to move from kind of experimentation, innovation to ideas. Not to say that we don't need to experiment, there will always be changes that we need to be making. And we need to connect to the business side better. I am a little struck by how few for-profit companies are represented directly in the room, and I think that is very interesting, but also a real challenge that we're going to have to think about overcoming. So, as you know, the federal government has been navigating a lot of change and complexity. Our Prime Minister launched earlier this year a one mandate letter for all ministers, and has centered kind of the economic agenda and the government's agenda around 7 common themes. And each minister has been asked to come from their portfolio's perspective on how to meet those missions. And the great part for me is it was really easy to align what we had to do to this economic agenda. This is what we're worried about. This is what we're trying to drive, which is prosperity, employment, success for individuals, and alignment to achieving economic outcomes. But we didn't talk too much about our neighbors down the south today, which maybe that was something because we're getting a little, it's hard to talk about at a certain point in time and it feels all-consuming, but it is truly the number one priority, I would say, to the government's agenda in terms of how do we navigate this very, very complex situation that we're in from a global supply chain partner, trading partner perspective, and how do we pivot that from an industrial strategy perspective. And then the question is, how do we ensure that the workforce readiness, the labor market is ready and to kind of meet that moment and meet that challenge. So what we've been up to many things. We can say more about it but I think, this year, if I just look in this calendar year alone, and it's only been just over 10 months, the tariff context has dominated for sure in terms of our need to think about our readiness. So we have deployed out a number of measures over the year. And I think the way I like thinking about the measures from a policy framework perspective is that we're tackling kind of the challenges in three parts. One is fixing stuff. The second is doing stuff that we do already better, and then the third is doing new stuff. And so the fixing stuff part, this is a me thing, this is not in any way an official government line, but it's around the one economy agenda, right? Not just one economy, one labor market. And that doesn't mean we don't need to think about jurisdiction and respect the reality of jurisdictional reality in Canada. But we have long talked about how long have we admired the problem of labor mobility in Canada. Well, we're actually making meaningful progress right now. We're in final negotiations with the provinces around mobilizing amendments to the Canada Free Trade Act agreement that would allow for the reduction of administrative barriers. We actually do have credential recognition in Canada, whether or not people believe it or not. It's largely the administrative red tape around it that holds that back from being a reality. So we're accelerating digital solutions. We're amending the free trade agreement to minimize the amount of information to essential information that regulators can act. As you know, provinces are providing huge leadership in this space to implement mutual recognition legislation. So there's a massive undertaking there. And the next layer of the onion we're working to peel is around occupational health and safety standards and differing labor codes to ensure that not about reducing standards, to be clear, but actually making standards comparable and moving those things. The next is about kind of working with our systems to work better. So we have made changes to the employment insurance system, some temporary amendments that have 4 major changes to the statement that have allowed more than 12,000 individuals access to benefits that they wouldn't have had without those measures. And we're seeing there are currently over 100,000 year-over-year people on EI claims right now compared to last year than were last year at this time. So it is worrisome, the displaced worker reality, but we are also mobilizing with the provinces right now, upskilling and training supports for displaced workers. But we're also doing something new and innovative we haven't done before, which we're just penning with the provinces right now, is the ability to work with upskill people on work sharing agreements, as well as employed workers through the labor market agreements. So that is allowing companies to think about using EI-funded training supports to pivot their existing workforce, multi-skill their workforce, upskill their workforce to pivot to the new transition. I didn't mention work sharing. We have work sharing agreements. We made modern changes to the work sharing agreements. I had it in my notes, and now I don't see it in my notes, but we had, there are, I think, over 12,000 layoffs have been averted through the changes in the work sharing agreements. And then last but not least, we're doing the new stuff, which is, Minister talked about this morning, early childhood education. This is a foundational piece of our labor market support. So we don't always talk about it in that way, but we always think about it as an economic agenda piece. And then 2 other things I'll end on are we've announced a massive transformation of our Job Bank and our Job Bank Plus tool, which is moving to digital solutions such as auto enrollment for all individuals, all new EI claimants, Job Plus accounts that allow workers to be referred to jobs to be employers to get referral of individuals, feedback loops to individuals in terms of skill gaps that were seen by employers when they weren't picked up. And then we're moving it out into a national training platform piece. So more to come on all that. And then last but not least, we have just launched new a new program, or we just announced a new program. We're working to fully launch it, called Workforce Alliances and Investment Fund. And we can talk more about that later, maybe in comments. I think Perry maybe has some thoughts in that space. But this is all about what we've kind of been talking about today, which is how do we get connected? How do we stop, short-term, short burst, multiple interventions that we aren't sure kind of how it all adds up? And that's the vision behind the alliances. Because at the end of the day, governments play an essential role. The federal government plays an important convening role, as well as a national leadership role. Provinces and territories play an essential role in terms of workforce leadership and training and education. But it doesn't make sense if we're all doing the same thing, a little bit different everywhere, or doing the same experimentation. And it's time now to kind of pivot to action.
That's great, and you've given us a lot of things I think many of us will want to come back on and touch on as we go through the conversation, and lots of different pivot points. But Dan, I think maybe I want to turn to you, because Colette did maybe for the first time, or in depth on the first time, talk about the disruption that's been happening as a result of the changing trade relationships, and of course that's has a really big impact on your members. So, I mean, a lot's changed. If we were having this conversation a year ago, a lot would have been different. But what are the priorities that your members are talking about now when it comes to skills in this moment of disruption?
Sure. Oh, no, thank you, Noel. And first of all, thanks to you and the Future Skills Center for convening this incredible discussion and dialogue. We're very proud to be your partners in some of the program work that we do. Although briefly I thought this wasn't the Future Skills Center, I thought it was the Rogers Center for a few minutes there when we were all cheering for the Blue Jays. So your question's a really good one. Yeah, and I was thinking as Colette was speaking, I have no problem talking about what's happening south of the border, right? And I guess that's the context of all of this, isn't it, right? Let's be honest. And I say this with sadness, but also with the realization that I think here in Canada, we have a tremendous and historic opportunity, because President Trump is dismantling every element of America's competitive advantage, in my judgment. It's not going to be evident in the short term, but if this continues unchecked and unchanged, this set of policies will make the United States of America substantially less competitive. And the number one thing that I think about is talent. Right? And what historic breakthroughs will no longer happen in the United States in the years ahead because of the way newcomers are being made to feel unwelcome, because of the starving of the education system and the research systems and the other, all the other changes that are being made. So for Canada, this is a moment where I think there are three generational opportunities. One, it's what I just alluded to, right? There's a brain gain opportunity for our country to attract the best and brightest talent, provided that they feel welcome here and that there's opportunity for them here in every sense of that word, right? Economic, social, every other dimension of it. Second, there's an urgent need to keep our high potential talent at home in Canada, right? Because we can't just assume, oh, well, the U.S. is, in trouble, so we're not going to have bright, talented Canadian entrepreneurs and innovators go there or somewhere else. The global market is still very mobile for talent, and we need to keep that talent here at home, right? So we need to have them innovating here, we need to have them investing here, we need to scale high potential businesses in Canada. That's probably the single biggest thing we need to do to be competitive as a province and as a country. And the third, and this connects, I think, very well, I hope, to what Colette was saying, is we need to upskill and reskill our existing talent for the AI age, right? And so that means making upskilling and reskilling work in ways that are sensible for both the employer and the employee. Right? And so that's kind of how I look at the situation right now. And if I think about some of the stuff that we've been talking about and we've been working on, we need to ensure that our post-secondary education system, colleges, universities, Indigenous institutes, that it directly aligns with current and future industry needs, that we need to improve that connection, and we need to ensure that it is funded sustainably and guided by a strategy. And there's a bit of a tragedy here in that, an ironic tragedy, in that Ontario in particular has been so good at developing and announcing all these very far-sighted strategies, right? You know, we have a long-term integrated energy plan, right? We have a life sciences strategy. We have an advanced manufacturing strategy. We have a critical mineral strategy. We have a healthcare human resources strategy. I could probably, with a little bit of thought, name a whole bunch of others. But where is the long-term talent pipeline strategy, right? That combines what we need to do to develop our talent, that's, aligned with the needs of the labor market, and developing the skills that we need for the future, right? I don't see the same kind of energy yet deployed to that, and that's what together is our opportunity. So we're advocating on that. We're certainly advocating and working with partners like FSC to upskill and reskill, organizations and workers. And the final thing I'll highlight in my answer to this initial question is the whole idea of inclusion. And I see Shamira here from World Education Services. I've just agreed to become co-chair of the Refugee Jobs Agenda Roundtable. We're also very involved through our partnership with the Canadian Council for Indigenous Business around thinking about, how we can make the reforms that are needed to enable Indigenous people, nations, and communities to participate more fully in Canadian prosperity, right? And so we have a report which we issued specifically called People, right? Under the overall series is called A Way Forward, but we did an entire report on people, and it's looking at the way we need to think differently about education and skills development for Indigenous people in Canada. So those are a few of the thoughts that I wanted to highlight off the top. There's a lot of other stuff we could talk about. Interprovincial trade has been a big priority for us as well, specifically with that labor mobility lens on and looking at how we can ensure that skilled labor can move more seamlessly across the country. But I'll stop there for now to allow others to chime in.
That's great. And it's for the second time in a row, there's all kinds of stuff that we could dive into. We're going to keep going just a little bit. Perry, I want to ask you, in the midst of large-scale disruption on maybe on a scale we haven't seen maybe ever, but certainly not recently, your sector is also going through a different form of conversation about disruption. Colleges and institutes facing a real challenge to think about where they go from here. So I'm wondering what your members talk about when they talk about skills and where they fit into that mosaic, perhaps, in skill development.
Thanks so much, Neil, and big kudos to you and your team for an excellent day. Really am very honored to be part of this panel and to have had so many great conversations over the course of the day. I'm really grateful to be here on behalf of Colleges and Institutes Canada. I want to give a shout out to my colleague Florence Thuret, who's here as our Program and Partnerships VP, and to share a few thoughts, as you said, about where are we at in the context of probably the greatest disruption in Canada's college sector in about, in decades. At the same time, I always lead ultimately with optimism, and so out of crisis comes opportunity, and I think that colleges are the path to nation building in this country. And so what I'm going to talk about is where our members' heads are at in three dimensions. One is alignment. One is how do we marry, as others have said, industrial strategy with workforce strategy, particularly in the context of building big things in this country. And I shout out to Riaz over there and the Public Policy Forum's work, which I'm a big fan of, building big things. Well, if we're going to build big things, you need the people to do it. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And then ultimately, place-based thinking, because this is a big theme for me in the context of where our members are. And they are in those rural, remote, resource-intensive communities across the country, where many of these major projects are going to need to be built. So just a couple of things to start off with. To me, the way we will succeed is if ambition is married up with alignment. And so the opportunity to think about, like Colette said, the one Canadian economy. Well, how do we marry that with a one Canadian workforce and training strategy? And then if you break that down, how do you think about creating the right tables whether they're and I'm a fan of what we could do with the workforce alliances. How do you bring educators, labor, industry, governments, and the post-secondary sector around the table to talk about what are the needs that are what is the problem we're trying to solve? Who's got the skills and the capacity to solve it, and how do we all work together to do it? So we do need, that's been a big theme I've taken away today, and I wanted to get up and start clapping when Mark Patterson talked about, let's take our territorial hats off, and let's just start figuring out what is the problem we're trying to solve, and then how do we work together to do it. As you noted, I spent a wonderful career at the universities before joining the college sector, and boy, would I love to see what I see in Ontario, which is a lot more conversation now happening between the Chamber of Commerce, the Colleges of Ontario, and the College Council of Ontario Universities nationally. Because we do not have the luxury anymore in this kind of tariff-affected, geopolitical, disrupted world to compete. We have to collaborate, and Canadians are counting on it. And frankly, particularly in rural, remote communities, Indigenous communities, where there is, in the context of one of my board members, I'm going to visit at North Island College in the week next in Vancouver Island, very aging population. At the same time, working with 35 First Nations with very strong aspirations and a young population. And so how do we work together to do that? So the way we think about it at CICAN is we take what we call a challenge-based approach. What are the big challenges facing our communities and our country, whether it's housing, whether it's the energy transition, whether it's defense readiness, and how do we build coalitions of the willing? How do we rally our members with partners around the same table to say, what's the problem we're trying to solve and what can we put on the table? That's, and from the college perspective, that's our training capacity. And we are, industry-aligned educators. That's what we do. It's baked in. There's work to improve. There's scale that's needed. There's more smoothing of pathways and interprovincial portability. But the industry alignment is baked into the DNA of colleges. The second thing is we are very embedded in communities. And so I don't know if you know this, but 95% of Canadians live within 50 kilometers of a college or a learning center. So we have reach in communities right across this country from coast to coast to coast, and 86% of First Nations live within 50 kilometers of a college or a learning center. So if we are going to meet the ambition, and this goes to my second point, of what the Prime Minister and the new CEO of the Major Projects Office are looking at, we are going to have the workforce strategy underpin those major project strategies. And I don't know if others saw the latest report from the Future of Canada Centre at Deloitte, but 500,000 workers will be needed for doubling housing starts in this country and meeting the public infrastructure build that's going to be required under the Major Projects Office. And we have 270,000 folks retiring at the same time. So we have a scale problem, and so we need to think about how we work together and build coalitions of the willing to actually do things in a much different way. So we are looking at how to partner in new ways across the college sector, but more importantly, across the post-secondary sector. I think that the opportunity to reinvigorate a positive public policy conversation about immigration is something my members think about a lot as well. I can't remember who said it this morning, but the opportunity and the challenge that comes with thinking about the fact that we are in a zero growth population over the next 2 years. And yet we have aging populations in many regions of this country. So how do we work together again to rebuild a positive narrative for newcomers? And how do we then create at scale ways to recognize credentials, ways to welcome them into our institutions? The last thing I want to talk about, and I'll dig into it more in our further conversation, is particularly about Canada's defence imperative. So this is something we think about a lot at Colleges and Institutes Canada, in part because our campuses are really closely partnered with the naval reserves, the different bases across the country, and there's a real workforce challenge there. And so if we are going to, as a country, meet the kind of ambition that's being called for, we're working very hard to build coalitions of our members. We now have a new college defense training and innovation network. And it is intended to do what I talked about, which is to meet a challenge by working together. So we are working in very strong collaboration right now with the Royal Canadian Navy, with the Canadian Air Force and others to say, how can we deliver at scale the kind of training you need for meeting the imperative of recruiting 13,000 new personnel? How can we help ensure that those who are coming out of the military can transition back into civilian life at scale? This can be replicated in other key sectors. You know, the mining sector, housing. And so this goes back to, and I'll stop here, the tables that we need to set. How can we create sector tables, workforce alliances that bring key partners around the table? We need to collaborate with the post-secondaries and the unions. We can't, I would love to be in a place someday where there's complementarity as opposed to fighting over scarce resources. I'm going to close with one final thing because I think this might tee up Jackie a little bit. I think too, and Daniel mentioned it, we also need to recognize that we do have the infrastructure in this country, and that's our public training capacity in our colleges and universities. And if we as a community, and this is why I love hearing business leaders like Dan talk about this, if we don't reinvest in the core public training infrastructure in this country, then we will never meet the ambition that this government has set. And we are starving those institutions right now. And so part of it is also helping build a narrative about not recreating new infrastructure, but leaning into the infrastructure that we have that needs to be reinvested in. Thanks.
I'm glad that you thought to give a segue to Jackie, because I was going to go to you next, and you and your colleagues at RBC Thought Leadership, along with Business Higher Education Roundtable and Higher Education Strategy Associates. That's a lot of words. The acronyms are shorter, but I don't want to do the alphabet soup just yet. You've been talking to people about the future of higher education, and I know you recently released a report with some thoughts about that. So what have you heard in those consultations about the role that higher education plays in meeting these really significant skill demands?
Right, and this is working? Perfect. So yes, we released a report on September 17th that you're probably referring to, but we also released one yesterday that I can chat about a little bit today as well. So I joined RBC Thought Leadership this summer, and the organization was already midway through a cross-country tour, working with the Business Higher Education Roundtable in HESA, like you mentioned, engaging people. Many of you in this room were probably roped into some of those roundtables. We had them in each region of the province. And it was kind of launched off of some research that RBC Thought Leadership had done in a report called Smarter Path. And that report was looking at what we kind of call the productivity paradox, that we have this highly educated group of Canadians, and conventional wisdom would tell us that means, you know, the more highly educated your society, the better off you should be. And yet our productivity is not doing so well. And so we brought people together to talk about that. I love the wording you used, ambition and alignment. What's misaligned here? How do we get that back on track? And so to answer your question about what we're doing, we've listened. We went across the country, we brought industry, post-secondary, policy thinkers together, and we said, what do we need to do to improve the situation, to get growth and productivity on track for 2035? There were a lot of great ideas. There were also a lot of challenges discussed in those roundtables. And so we put out a report on September 17th, reflecting on what we heard. To kind of quote someone at one of the discussions, they said the kind of change that the post-secondary sector needs right now, it's not going to come from tinkering at the margins. There's big change that needs to happen. We need to see mandates shift. We need to see program design shift. We need to see the way that industry is engaged shift, building on some of the, the program advisory committees that colleges use, the continuing education at universities. What models do we have there that we can kind of learn from and blow open? None of that is going to be possible without a new financial arrangement. We heard that institutions are hamstrung right now and that it's really hard to maneuver and take on these big changes without some better financial footing. So we said all of that. But all of that it's pretty lofty. They're big ambitions that we put out in that report. And so to follow it up on September 22nd, we brought together 60 CEOs and university and college presidents into 3 action groups. Very aligned again with what Perry was talking about. Our conversation topics were defense and space, which I have learned since joining RBC Thought Leadership are very closely connected, technology and AI, and then major energy projects. So we had about 20 people in each of those discussions talking about aligning for growth with post-secondary industry, government, what needs to happen, what are the challenges, and how do we get past them. And what was really interesting to me about those conversations was that the challenges and the solutions, they were really specific. But a lot of them were transferable. And so I think a lesson for me was that when you have those, it's great to have these kinds of conversations about system change, but when you can get down into the nitty-gritty, you actually get some really interesting ideas, and if you can share those and talk about them, that's kind of where the magic happens. So I'll just give a couple of examples from the defense conversation, because it's already been, it feels like that's the vibe today. But so one idea that was discussed was Canada already funds research sandboxes in defense, but what if we made those bigger? What if more people knew about them? And what if we used them like a relay race? So we had universities at the table doing ideation and polytechnics there to take those ideas and do some practical application, and then industry taking it and running with it and commercializing. That's a cool idea for defense, but it's also a cool idea for agriculture and other spheres as well. And one other from the defense conversation, this idea that we're going to have a lot of people affected, again, by tariffs in the auto industry. A lot of those people probably have skills that could be applied in the defense industry. What if we designed competency-based education programs? And I know this was talked about, competencies has been used a lot today, but in the States, there's so many of these programs that are not tied to seat time, that someone can show up and show what they know and move ahead at a faster rate, apply their learning to earn a credential faster. We don't really have those in Canada outside of micro-credentials. What if we developed some of those programs to help auto engineers and manufacturers transition to shipbuilding and working in the space and defense industry? So a lot of really cool, specific ideas that I think have a lot of transferability. Again, we rolled all these lessons up in a report that came out yesterday. It's called Powering a Post-Secondary Pivot. The first one was called Testing Times. These are all on the Thought Leadership website, and you can join the mailing list because we're going to keep churning them out, and they'll show up in your inbox.
Thanks. Tyler, certainly not last, not least, you're working with folks who are in one of our most important sectors, and also where we've got some of the greatest challenges to make sure that people are coming into the sector, that people are gaining and keeping skills. So what are your members telling you they need, and tell us a little bit about how you've been addressing that.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the invite to be here and speak on this panel. It's been a great discussion so far. But I have to ask if folks can indulge me for a moment. Tomorrow, I'm bringing in about 80 healthcare workers from across the province who have worked in healthcare for over 40 years. And in the last year, I've developed and co-produced a docuseries just documenting that journey for them. So I was hoping I can get a round of applause videotaped for tomorrow's event. Is that all right with you?
Can I just do that real quick? Okay. Let's get the camera going. All right, here we go. All right, I'm panning here. I'm panning. Yeah, lift it up, lift it up, lift it up, lift it up, lift it up. There we go, thank you. Yeah, they'll definitely appreciate that.
I think you need to say this was my standing ovation that I received.
That's right, I was gonna say that. Now I don't gotta worry about what I say. You know, I got the standing ovation already out of the way. So, a little bit about our union. We represent 72,000 healthcare workers now across Ontario. I've been there 19 years. You know, these are women. These are single women in many cases. These are new immigrants. These are folks that access food banks to survive. These are survivors of domestic violence. These are personal support workers. These are nurses. These are housekeepers. These are dietary workers, small group of paramedics, and sort of everything in between. And that's who we represent. So our world is very vast at the union. And so part of what I think is really special about what's going on at our union is the transformation that I'm helping to lead. I became president about a year ago last week. And one of the things that was really important for me to keep driving forward was this idea of us as a union being part of the solutions to the health human resource challenges that the healthcare industry is facing. And so that journey started about 3 to 4 years ago, right around in the pandemic. And what did we see? We saw temporary staffing agencies milking the system, taking about $1.4 billion away from the system for temporary care. They were gouging. That's number one. What else did we see? We saw internationally educated nurses that are here that can contribute to the nurse population and the desire to have more nurses not being able to become licensed nurses in Ontario. We also saw and we heard from our members that the way in which career progression happens at the workplace level is very minimal. So if you have ambitions to move from a dietary worker to like a support worker, there is nothing, you're on your own. You go figure that stuff out yourself. And so I wanted to provide the context for folks around, one, the history of the local. We're a traditional union. You know, we fight for our members. We advocate on their behalf. We file grievances. But a few years ago, I said, that can't be it. That can't be how our union operates. We've got to look at our members as whole people. And we've got to understand that members are struggling daily beyond grievances, beyond workplace issues. You know, when I talk about the food banks, a few years ago, I had led the implementation of a member assistance program. Because what we were finding in the pandemic was two things. Members were being abused at home and not knowing what to do with it, and there was really minimal supports for them to get out of those situations. And number two is members were accessing food banks at a very high level. They were calling our call center. We have a call center at the union, and that's the number one thing that members call in for, is how do I access food? Think about that. These are healthcare workers that are working people. You know, they're not just sitting around, they're working people. And so we saw some of these challenges a few years ago, and you know, the decision was pretty easy. But we had a choice. We can either do nothing and watch everybody else try to do something in a fragmented way, because that's what's going on in healthcare right now. Everybody's in silos. Everybody's working on their own. And so what we decided to lead. And so from a skills perspective, here's what our members had said to us, and here's how we responded. So problem number one, agency workers that come in to fill temporary shifts, big problem for us in Ontario, big problem across the country, are not skilled enough and prepared enough to do the work on the floor. And so our members were burdened with having to shadow these folks who weren't prepared from a skills perspective. So that's number one. So we solved that by creating a digital hiring hall. It's a platform that employers can use now. And we've wrapped around our training, specialized training, so that when folks show up on that floor, they're prepared to work in long-term care, because long-term care is intense. If you haven't worked there, it's intense. So that's number one. We created a platform. Number two, what we've done to address the internationally educated nurse issue,
many of our workers come from the Philippines. I think about a third, I think we're about 33% of our members are from the Philippines. And I remember speaking with a bunch of them about 3 years ago, and the stories that they told about the exploitation, the confusion, the fear, the inability to find everything that they needed to set themselves up for success, and the lack of employer participation in helping them become nurses here. And I'll give you one stat. So in the next 3 years, it's estimated that we are going to need about 34,000 nurses, okay? In our union, we've already identified about 3,300 that are already here, that want to become nurses but can't for various reasons. And so part of what we have done is to address that is we've created a career pathway that allows the worker to maintain their work-life balance, maintain their ability to do their education in a timely way, and get them to license approval in a quicker, more expedient way. And we manage it all from the union's perspective. And so that worker now has less stress about how to become a nurse in Ontario, so they can run that through our training center. And then lastly, we acquired a career college recently. So earlier this year, we acquired a career college. We want to be able to provide vocational training, so PSW training. We see it as a way to help career mobility for folks who are stuck in classifications that they can get out of if they had the right opportunity to get out of them. And so people that work in like dietary in our nursing homes, they want to become personal support workers but don't have the means to do it. And so we've created a way for them to do that. But I would say, so what we had to do was create a healthcare training center. And so similar to what you see in the trades, where the trades are delivering training to its workers, we created a hiring hall model similar to what you see there in the trades. And it's worked out beautifully. We've got recognition from the provincial government, a $2 million investment into our hiring hall platform because we're making it easier for employers. We're making it more cost effective for the system. The better trained workers, and we have a specialized way of managing that to our whoa, losing my train of thought. I'm moving a mile a minute here. Proprietary tool that we built. And so, you know, also thanks to the Future Skills Center for the investment that we received earlier this year to put 50 IENs through our career pathway program. That's going to be a big deal for us. And so we're on a path, one, to create better standards in healthcare in Ontario. Two, work with employers on some of the challenges that they face. And three, bring in industry and government together. And that's what we've been doing in Ontario, even though it's a conservative government. And we're a union, we're a public sector union that doesn't necessarily get along. And I think what you said, it doesn't matter for us, and my leadership is about whoever's in power, we're gonna work with them on behalf of our members. And so we call ourselves the Purple Party, and that's how we've been able to navigate you know, the terrain in Ontario. But it's been great. You know, we're making real strides and real differences, Noel, in the lives of our members. So that's some of the things that we're doing at the training center level.
That's great. I want to thank all of you. We had a really kind of free-ranging sort of dialogue there, hearing from all of you, which means I'm either doing a great job or a terrible job moderating. We actually have a pretty short window left, so I'm going to be much tighter. I'm going to ask just each of you to focus on, just like you've talked a lot about sort of where you're coming at from your perspective, some of the things that you've been doing. And I think I want to make sure we end on the question of what do you want to do next, or what do you want to see happen next? And Perry, if you don't mind, I'm gonna start with you.
Sure. What do I want to see next? So what I want to see is, for example, we want to launch our Canadian College Training and Defence Network at scale. So what I would love to see is a national partnership with the Royal Canadian Navy to develop curricula across our membership, those who want to get involved, in terms of being able to deliver what the Royal Canadian needs at scale and at pace. We want to develop a prior learning and assessment recognition tool to support them so that their sailors can go across the country. We want to develop an online platform so that all of our programs that their members can use can be seen at one glance. So I want to do some, I think it's, I'm ready, I'm less interested in incremental solutions at this point. I think our country needs to have leadership and ambition that's actually willing to roll up our sleeves and do something. And we actually have a lot of institutions who want to put up their hands. So I'd like to be able to say, 2 years from now that we did this, and that that would be, I would feel good about that.
Talk to action, the theme of the panel, exactly. Dan, what about you?
Well, I learned so much from each of my colleagues on the panel here today, and there's so much that appealed to me, right? I think there's a very strong case to be made for a few things, alignment and de-siloing, like we heard a lot about that today, and I think that's really important. The other thing I'd say on that front, in terms of alignment and de-siloing, is also thinking in a more integrated way, right? So that we don't just approach education, skills development, just kind of out on its own, right? Because people will say things, I'll hear people say things like, why can't business needs to be committed to, you need to hire more people, you need to make more investments, there's always you need to do these things, right? But are we looking at solving the whole problem, right? Or you need to lower prices. That's the other one a lot, right? So are we looking at everything that's needed for us to be successful as an economy, right? And so we're talking here today about one pillar, right? And that one pillar, of course, is a skilled and diverse workforce, right? But in addition to that, we need a competitive business environment, we need growth-enabling infrastructure, and we need healthy and sustainable communities. And it's interesting because, we ask every year, we do a business confidence survey. We do it late in the year. This year we've done like 3 or 4 of them because, it's constantly changing. But the big one that we do it in December, we release it in February in our Ontario Economic Report. And it's interesting because after doing this now, I've been through 2 cycles now in my current role. And when you ask businesses what they want, the number one thing, it's always the same. It's cost of doing business issues, right? It's taxes, it's regulations, it's not surprising. But it's interesting that once you pass that one, you get very quickly to things that relate to the success of their workers and their communities, right? So number 2 this year was housing. Number 3 was healthcare. Number 4 was talent. Right? And we're talking like maybe 1 percentage point, between each of these. And those were the top 4. And so we've got to be thinking, I think, in a more integrated way. I think we have to, I love the comments we heard about experimenting a little bit more, right? I'd like to see our system become a little bit more mobile and a little bit more entrepreneurial. Government can be more entrepreneurial, I think. I say respectfully to those who are in the public sector. I worked in the public sector too. I think our institutions, some institutions are doing an incredible job being more entrepreneurial and more responsive, but I think we need to really accelerate and strengthen that connection between, at an institutional level, not just a program level, between what's happening in our colleges, universities, and Indigenous institutes and the needs of the labor market. And I think we also need to be thinking about what that looks like in terms of the credentials that we're delivering to people, right? More flexible, something you're able to plug into more seamlessly throughout your lifetime, and to come back into the system with minimal hurdles. So the fewer barriers we can place in the way of the worker and their employer, plugging them back through the system to upskill and reskill, the better off we're going to be, not just as businesses, but as an economy and as a society. So those are a few thoughts anyway that I take away.
Thanks, Dan. And Tyler, what about you? What next?
For us, it's going to be continue the work that we started, obviously, but trying to achieve better alignment with more employers. I mean, we've been working with this provincial government, and what we've been saying to them pretty clearly is that they have to play a role in getting these employers to the table. The union is different than what they were used to, right? We are willing and want to participate in the solution finding business, and so include us. Let's talk and let's bring these employers together, and let's have meaningful dialogue about the workforce challenges that will continue to exist if we don't get together. And so I think that for us is the big thing. I mean, we got a great arbitration ruling recently, which is going to compel employers to use our platform. So about 100 nursing homes now have to use our hiring hall platform if they need temporary staff in. And what that's going to do is going to reduce the cost and reduce the exploitation that exists and create a new standard for how employers are staffed. And so it's a cost savings measure, but it's also better equipped, better trained workers going there. And so we want to be able to lift up these type of initiatives that are making a real impact, but we need more employers to align with our union and other unions to join in because, you know, we represent 72,000. I mean, you've got CUPE, you've got Unifor, you've got other unions. When you put those numbers together, they're fairly sizable numbers. So if you imagine if we all got together in a meaningful way to talk about solutions together with government, with employers and the unions, I think magic could happen. And so that's what we're going to be focused on, is continue to lead the way, show people the path, and put ourselves out in front of this change and transformation that's occurring in healthcare in Ontario.
That's great. Colette, I feel a bit sheepish asking you this question because you talked about a bunch of things and there's a budget coming in November and I don't want to get you in trouble, but what next?
I was going to say, did the Department of Finance tell you I was only allowed to ask for one thing? Because I'm always asking for too many things. No, I mean, listen, obviously the budget's coming. I don't know what's in the budget, so I can't tell you any secrets if you wanted me to. But the, you know, I think what's next is I just go back to the mandate letter. It's like, how do we get to outcomes? How do we do what we're doing, but do it smarter and better? We don't need to, you know, keep analyzing the same challenges, not to say future skills isn't going to need to analyze new things, you know, in the future, but we know what's working, you know what's working, and what are the things that we're doing to ourselves that get in our own way, and what are the things that we can do to kind of break down those silos and barriers. And I really think that the new workforce alliances and the workforce investment fund and the job bank platform are just two examples of how we can take the best ideas and mobilize them in a whole new way, given the power of technology, the power of digital platforms, the power of AI, and give workers the empowerment on one side, employers too, but workers the empowerment to have a clearinghouse for labor market informed information, empower them to make better decisions for themselves, know locally how many available jobs there are, who's looking, how have people look out for them. There was, you know, people were talking about the information sorting problems earlier. You all have versions of that, the digital platform you're talking about. This is available to all of us, and instead of talking about the problem, going and creating the solution. On the other hand, what we're looking at on the workforce alliances and the investment fund is about not taking up, you know, new small scale pilots and seeing if this works here and this works here, but taking the very best of what we know needs to go get done and go and do it. And not, you know, it's not about a little bit for everybody so everybody feels good about getting their tiny slice of the pie. It's about, are we getting the outcomes? Are we going to solve, there were great questions about local labor market availability and stuff. It's about that. It's about not sort of analyzing forever and waiting until a CFP opens in 18 months from now and then maybe there's a short window for money. There's a place for those kind of programs for sure too, but it's about working as a community of service providers and a coordinated ecosystem that people have their place, the federal government has its place, the province has a place. I've spent an enormous amount of time with my colleagues at the Forum for Labor Market Ministers. I promise I don't do anything without provinces. I know you're listening. I'm not doing anything without you. And because we have to be doing these things in a partnership. I often say to my provincial counterparts, that's really great that now I know what you're doing, but like, do the other provinces know what you're doing? How are you learning from each other? Because I see great innovation happening all across the country. We're a big country from a landmass perspective anyway. And so it takes a uniquely Canadian kind of approach to solve those challenges, but then we're also kind of small because it's amazing how many people know each other, right? So we can mobilize those ideas and put them into action. And if you have a good idea and you're going to go do something that's going to help, did you call 5 people and tell them you're going to do it and ask them to partner with you? Or are you running out trying to solve the issues in themselves? I've run enough government programs to know, now I'm going to be provocative, that I think I was the most lobbied public servant in Ottawa for like a number of years running. I've heard hundreds and hundreds of pitches about how if only the money came to me, I can fix all the problems and make all the things go away. And I kind of believe it's true, but also I think our attention needs to kind of shift to a different model, which is how are we connected and how do we move forward together, farther together, so that the fiscal context are going to be a real reality, and it's not going to be one that we can or should just try to spend our way out of. It has to be one where we use technology, we use our resources, we do the best from an outcomes perspective, we stop doing the things that we know aren't working, and we as governments have to also engage in a dialogue as to hear what isn't working too, and not just kind of do all the same things. So we're in it together. So that's going to be my one thing, be in it together.
That's excellent. And Jackie, you're going to get to end on the what's next question.
Great, and sorry, I realized there was a fly flying around us and I was swatting at it, so if anyone thinks I'm losing my mind, that's why. I think that RBC over the past few months has realized like the power of convening and bringing people together. So I think what's next for us is more of that, but actually taking some of those bold ideas and trying to work with people to make them happen. So that's on our side what to look forward to. I see my friend Roger at the back, so I'm going to make a pitch to the rest of the people in the room that what would make researchers' lives just so much better in this country is more and better data. And we can help inform all of the directions everyone's trying to go, help inform those goals that we're driving to and how to get there if we have better information, better intel, and pretty much every other country in the world has better information and better intel, and Canada needs to catch up.
That's great. We had a whole bunch of questions in the chat that we could have spent an hour on each, so we're going to park those, but we have taken note of them. I want to thank the 4 of you for sharing both where you're coming from, your perspective, and where you hope to be going, and if you can all join me in giving the panel a big round of applause. And now back to Tricia.
Jackie, I hope for your sake that tomorrow there isn't a meme. I'm thinking back to Mike Pence and the fly. So I doubt there will be. Thank you so much. Gosh, that was a great panel. I want to say on my closing notes, they have insert final comments here, and I just wrote a whole bunch from the day. So thank you so much. I want to thank all of you for your energy and enthusiasm from the day. This is our final little piece. Gosh, it was great to hear the range of voices today. I've heard new voices. I've heard new things from old voices. I don't want to say old, but people I've known for a long time. I heard new thoughts. We've had government representatives, policy folks, business, labor, educators, community members, unions, organized labor. I really want to thank you for that. If you think back all the way to this morning, we started out by talking about some of the challenges that are ahead, but we also said let's focus on some of the opportunities. And I want to draw your attention to, I think what Colette just said was very important: outcomes, impact, value for money, breaking the silos, being part of the solution. Gosh, Tyler, I love that. I love that, being part of the solution. And also this idea of not just incremental solutions, but how do we work at scale? Let's not create a new training program if we don't need a new training program. Let's start to think about partnership, working together. And at the end of the day, these are all about skills to drive growth and productivity. And I think back to, the healthcare workers that you're meeting with tomorrow, Tyler, and how do we make sure that those people, the people living in Canada trying to work hard, don't need to go to a food bank. They have the skills they need to advance in their career. They have the dignity of going home to a house. Kofi also raised the issue of housing. So we know that this is really essential for us. So skills are not an abstract issue. They're the foundation of Canada's prosperity, resilience, and inclusion. So I think today showed the power of closer integration across sectors and regions, and that we have solutions. We have things we can implement, and we need to do that better than ever. And also I want to highlight that training alone will not be enough. It's not going to be enough to say we're going to train 50,000 people. What we saw today was that we need to have more integrated solutions. So I want to highlight that we had a big day at FSC, and speaking to the last call for data, here's some data for you. 202 people in person, 680 plus people online today. So I want to thank all of you, those of you online joining from across the country, those of you in the room who came with your feet and your minds today. And I want to make one more appeal for a little more data. There's on the link tree and on the things on your table, and there's a link online in the chat for the survey. You know, evaluation is part of my job title. So I got to make a plea for a little more data. It'll make us very happy. But I also want to remind you that the conversation doesn't end here. We're really thrilled that we get the privilege of doing this work with all of you at the Future Skills Center. It's really our joy, and we'll continue to generate insights. We're going to test innovations and surface those things that we know that works. And I'm happy to report that, you know, we're in close dialogue with the government to share what we've learned. It's really the really fun part of what we do is being able to share about what's working, what isn't, and why. We've been convening a resilient workforce working table the last few months. We'll be releasing a paper later this year, early next year, around calling for some things that we think can happen to help build a more resilient workforce. That's one mechanism that we're using, but we know that everyone's leadership in this room, their creativity is going to be important. We know it's urgent. We have a window of opportunity now. So we talk about opportunity a lot, but it's true. We have to act now before those gaps deepen, before inequalities widening. We heard that from the minister this morning too. And we really are aiming to have a workforce that is resilient by design. All right, this is the fun part. I get to say some thank yous. Gosh, you know, it might look like we have like a ton of people at FSC, but we have a lot of partners, a great network, an amazing consortium, but we have a very small group. So a big shout out to our teams. I don't know if there's any working up there. I think there's a social media team up there. Noel told me to ask them to come no, you got to come all the way to the edge, people. You're not going to walk away from the back. But thank you. Thank you. We also have a table full of folks back here who've been moderating some of the online things, so they're also working away. So thank you so much to our team at FSC. Thank you to the Globe and Mail. Thank you so much to our speakers, our moderators, the participants, all of your perspectives, populating all of these great ideas. I really want to challenge you. This is where I'm supposed to give you a call to action. So in addition to the survey, that's your call to action. But take what you learned today. Go back to your organizations. Have different conversations. Think about talking to people. Reach out, pick up the phone a little more, send a few more messages. Think about how do we build these collaborations to build this way. And now we also get to have a networking cocktail reception. Thank you to our friends at RBC. Thank you so much for your generous sponsorship of that. And I really want to leave you with this happy note of optimism today. If today has showed us anything, that Canada has the talent, the ideas, and the commitment to build a future on skills, and the Jays have a reasonable chance of winning tonight. So, thank you.